I've been lurking on this subreddit for quite some time, and I've decided to share my own experience. This is recent, about a month ago, the 7th of September. I grew up in a small homophobic and racist town in Alberta, so when I got the chance to go to the city and study, I took it. I'm living in a residency with about 20 other girls. Most of them have become cliquey, and because I identify as a lesbian and my attire is goth, I was set apart instantly. But I found someone else who shares my love of cult horror movies and Hot Topic. I'll call her Nat for this story. A month ago, she and I had both just moved in, so we instantly connected since we were socially awkward and intimidated by all the preppy thin blondes that seemed to dominate our residence housing. But Nat and I are really different too. While I come from a severe medical condition that messes with my weight, Nat has been diagnosed with borderline personality disorder and often does risky things that I still have to pull her out of. The first time I ever got her out of danger was probably the worst event that's happened to me, and the riskiest. Nat and her boyfriend Jay are in an open relationship. It's not a bad thing at all to me. I think it's fine, really. But initially, Nat decided that she wanted to find a potential partner on Tinder. And yes, you can see where this is going already. She meets this guy named T, who is of Arabic heritage, dresses like a player, and initially talks sweet. Red flag number 1 happened when he asked her to meet at a nearby park off campus. I instantly felt a little bit unsure, so Jay and I tailed Nat to make sure she wouldn't get grabbed. About halfway there, the guy comes out and greets her with a big smile, and we are introduced. He acted nice, so none of my alarm bells went off. I thought I was being paranoid about the whole thing. Mistake number 1 happened when we let Nat be alone in her room with this dude. But before she went to see him, we agreed on a code word she could text or call Jay and me. Peanut butter cups. Don't laugh. She mentioned that she had a sweet tooth, and it was the first thing I thought of. So Jay and I are downstairs in the common area. We hear a shout. We're unsure, and then Nat sends Jay a text. Peanut butter cups. Shit. We go upstairs, and the guy is on her bed, and Nat is sitting across from him with another girl in the room I didn't really know. I just knew she lived down the hall. I asked Nat if she still wanted the peanut butter cups I had in my room, and she agreed, Jay staying in the room with the girl as we walked out. Once we were on my floor, I live upstairs from her. She told me he made her super uncomfortable and to cover for her, so of course I agreed. I go upstairs and I tell the guy that Nat forgot some homework and I had her textbook, so she'd be busy for the rest of the night, and he had to go. This guy was standing at least 6 foot. Me 5'5" on a good day. Like I also mentioned, I have issues with my weight, and I'm not physically fit as a result. This guy looked like he could bench press me. Mistake number 2 was that for a good 2 minutes I was alone with him. We were walking up the steps to the automatically locking doors that led outside, and he asked me, "So, like, do you want to bang?" I don't mind fat girls. Yeah, you see why Nat was scared. I only glared and said nothing until he got outside and I had the automatically locking door between him and me, and that's when I said it. If you ever come back here again or I catch you doing this, I will rip your dick off. Now, please note that when I say I'm goth, I have full makeup on most of the time. That night I was trying some new eyeshadow and wore full black lipstick. My blue eyes also stand out more. So imagine this chubby girl with full goth attire basically threatens a dude no more than 2 feet away who could knock her out in a second or worse. He took 2 steps back and looked at me as if I were going to make good on my threat. Then he called me a bunch of names. I called him an animal and I told him to leave before I made good on my threat. As he walked away around the building, he muttered something about getting lucky. When I went back inside after making sure he left, Nat told me that when she was in her room, he had tried to initiate stuff. Of course, she refused since she didn't feel like doing it then, and he lunged. He pinned her to the bed and grabbed her chest and stuff. Luckily, the girl I mentioned heard the commotion and knocked. That made him get off of her and leave her alone. Also, this isn't the first time this dude has tried something on campus. Last year, he attempted to get a girl to go with him to his house, but she refused. He quickly became violent and campus security had to get involved, and he was escorted off the premises. We are all first years in this building, so we had no idea this was a thing that happened. Now the cops are looking for him since this is his second offense. They haven't caught him yet. He also took down his Tinder page before we could get his name. I'm very lucky I wasn't hurt because this guy was miraculously afraid of me. I got out with nothing but a small panic attack afterwards. Nat has to go to mandated therapy since her assault. Neither of us have or ever will use Tinder again. This may not seem like much to some of you, but again, this is the second time he's tried this, and he can get violent. We also don't know if he was armed or not, and I was alone with him for a couple of minutes while I escorted him out. This first one was a 4-year experience of unknown number callers who would call my sister's cell phone, which I shared with her, and then hang up. Often it would be silence or very low breathing. It would happen all the time during the day but never at night, which made my mother think it was a prank from one of my schoolmates. But what changed was when I was 16. I was with my friend Terry when we got one of those calls. It had to be around 7 or 8 at night and I was sick of this stuff. I picked up the phone and put this person on a group call. My sister, Lexi, Terry, and I all screamed obscene words at this unknown person and told him to stop calling. Immediately after we hung up, he called back. We put him to voicemail. He called again. He called 5 more times before we decided to do something. Terry called the police using her phone as I checked the voicemails. They were all some unrecognizable guy and girl laughing and saying our names. They sounded like adults but were completely incoherent and hysterical. One minute they were angry, the next laughing. It creeped us the heck out. The police said they couldn't trace the call, and when we asked Verizon to, they said it wasn't possible. This was the mid-2000s. Eventually they stopped calling. But as soon as they stopped, another form of harassment started. Lexi and I were walking home from high school, like any normal day, when we walked up to 3 police cars, lights flashing, parked in our driveway. We caught 2 men with guns out sneaking through our first floor garage. Not knowing what else to do, we followed them, opening the door inside the garage to see them walk up our stairs. My mom's boyfriend Ray had left it open to mow the lawn in the backyard, which he was doing at the time. He didn't hear or see the police roll up. "What the heck are you doing?" Lexi asked. One of the police officers turned to us with the gun pointing downwards. She looked angry from what I remembered and called to the others in the house. She led us outside and asked if one of us was Lexi. My sister nodded, freaked out and shaking. The police officer asked if she made the call to 911. He pointed out that we had just come home from school. The other officer confirmed that with my mother, who was standing like a stone in the kitchen. Apparently, someone had made a call, saying they were my sister, that there was someone in the house with a gun trying to kill her. I was suspicious of my sister at first, since we did have a cell phone and it sounded like something her stupid friends would have done as a prank, but the police officer confirmed that the call was made from inside the house, using our home phone. This happened once more later that year around the same time. That time nobody was home and they waited until Lexi and I arrived back to confirm what happened. The second time the police were much more understanding and were actually worried for our safety. Nothing came out of it and my mom still lives at home safe and sound. Though to this day we still have no idea what went on or why somebody would do that or even how. Anyways, thanks for listening. This happened a bit over a week ago, and I felt like the first bigger shock and paranoia had settled a little bit, so I wanted to share what happened with me. I will begin my story time with a little explanation about how my apartment building is designed, as that info is quite essential in my opinion to understanding the story. I have also included some pictures to help explain. If it matters, I am female 21. So I live in a medium-sized town nearby the center area, but still in a somewhat quiet neighborhood. My building basically has elders and family people living here. But hence the location, the main doors are always locked, so you either need to have a key or have somebody buzz you in order to get inside the building. Once you enter the building, there's obviously the staircase. Well, at each mid-floor, there are these small balconies. I don't really understand why though, as each apartment has its own balcony too. But sometimes people can clean their carpets on there. I live on the 3rd floor, and you can see directly into my bedroom from the balcony, which is located on the 2.5 floor. I will explain one more thing before beginning with the juicy stuff itself. My building is also located behind a big school building, so I usually don't close my curtains, as there's nothing but a big empty parking lot in front of the building at night. A lot of people wouldn't be wandering around it anyway. Now let's get into the actual experience. It was the night between Wednesday and Thursday, and I didn't have any work the next day, so I was just spending some quality time, aka watching YouTube from my tablet. I hear some noise coming from the hallway, kind of heavy footsteps, and the sound of someone occasionally bumping into the handrail as if drunk or just tired. But that's nothing unusual, as I live in a building with other people living in it, so you do hear noise even at night. The part where it gets weird is when I heard the footsteps end on my floor. My bedroom wall on the side of my bed where my head is are located against the wall where the staircase is on the other side of. So it was clear that the person had stopped. I don't hear any doors opening or any footsteps anymore. Just silence. I found it kind of disturbing that somebody was just standing in the hallway in the middle of the night. After a while of silence, I heard the footsteps again, but this time more quiet and gentle. Starting to walk back down the stairs. I just thought maybe somebody was drunk and entered the wrong staircase. It's not a big deal, they're gone now. I continued my YouTube marathon for a while before getting kind of sleepy. One thing I enjoy before going to bed is looking out of my window. There's one main road located at the end of the big parking lot, so sometimes I just watch cars passing by before going to sleep. So I put on some music with quiet volume, apartment buildings, and began my staring session. During the second song, I suddenly noticed a small source of light and some movement in the bottom left corner of my eyes. I lowered my gaze and just froze. There was a man on the small balcony staring at me for who knows how long, in my bedroom in just my t-shirt and underwear. After what felt like at least a few minutes of being frozen in shock, probably was more like 5 seconds, I quickly closed the blinds and went to check that both of my apartment doors were properly closed and locked. Luckily they were. After a while of shivering in my bed, I came to the realization that the man staring at me was most likely the source of the footsteps. He perhaps had heard the sound of someone being awake in my apartment and listened to that for a while. Then I noticed the balcony and decided to check it out and noticed that you can see into windows from there. I'm not completely sure, but I think he could have possibly seen me before I even went to look outside from the window, as I had a small light on in my room and it was relatively dark outside, and I had no curtains on. If he didn't see me before though, he sure as heck did while I was staring out the window. At that point, feeling the discomfort of being creeped at without knowing, my thought process was stopped by the sound of someone trying to open my door. Luckily, my door is quite secure, so I didn't think this person could get it open. But then I heard the small letterbox being opened as slowly and quietly as possible. I still feel the hair on the back of my neck standing up while typing this out. I have 2 doors, thankfully, so he couldn't see directly into my apartment, but I could hear him. He was breathing sort of heavily, constantly swallowing as if he were either very nervous or just somehow disturbed. Creeping on people. Disturbed. No way. I think I held my breath and changed into a motionless wax figure until he closed the letterbox and, for some reason, sprinted down the stairs, making a lot of noise again this time. I was so fixated on each sound that I heard the sound of the hallway door being opened, and I assumed he ran out. I didn't dare to look out the window to check, as I was still feeling watched. Nothing more that night happened anymore, but I was certain of getting no sleep for the rest of the night. I called up my mom and explained what happened. She had work the next day, so I didn't want to disturb her sleep more by asking her to come sleep here or pick me up. So we just agreed we would keep the phone line open. Throughout the night, I drank 2 energy drinks. Not such a great idea when your pulse rate is already sky high, and stayed up until it was light outside and normal people were awake. Fell asleep unwillingly. I didn't see the man anymore, at least up until this very moment as I'm typing this, and I hope to never see him again. But what did happen and has made me even more paranoid is this. The next time I had work after the incident was on Monday morning. I hadn't really been sleeping well lately and had an early morning. I was already somewhat all over the place, but this just scarred me for life. As I explained before, I have 2 doors in my apartment. Well, I was leaving for work and opened the inner one, and to my damn surprise, I saw the outer door slightly cracked open. I felt like throwing up and just running into my mom's arms like a little girl, just to go somewhere safe. But instead, I had to go to work. The rest of the day I kept looking over my shoulder, constantly having this weird feeling that somebody would come to get me, like someone was watching. Just not a good state of mind. I hadn't heard anything at night, so I am assuming I was just exhausted from not sleeping properly, but I'm so thankful for having 2 doors because however he managed to ever so quietly open that outer door, he could have entered the apartment where I was basically passed out and done anything to me. I reported these 2 incidents to the building's management, and together we filed a police report. They promised to have someone guard the premises, a while until the situation settles down. I am sleeping still at my mom's house and hoping that once I return home, I'll be safe and one day be able to get rid of the paranoia. I will not be keeping my curtains open, nor checking out the window at night for a while. Thank you for listening. I had to get this out. I grew up in a small town, low crime and typical life. I've had the same friends for years. We all went to the same school our whole lives. I've been graduated from high school for 5 years now, and I keep in touch with several friends from then, but not many. 2 years ago, my friend Tracy contacted me through text and said that there was something creepy she had to tell me. I don't think much of this because she's always been that odd, quirky friend. She didn't fit in with high school, but I think it's because she was more mature and put together than people our age. Anyways, I invite her over to my house, which is a 10-minute walk from hers. She said that she'll be right over. A few minutes later, she shows up. I'll never forget the look on her face. Pale, cold, and wide-eyed. I tell her to come sit down and talk. She said that her dad received a letter in the mail. Her dad is a custodian at her high school. A really sweet, quiet guy. I ask her what it's about, not realizing what we were getting ourselves into. She said her dad received a letter in the mail with no return address. His name was typed, and the letter was typed as well. She said that the letter said that 2 men were sodomized, cut up, and buried into the septic system behind the barber shop. She said that it names the victims' names, as well as the murderers. There were 3 of them. She didn't have the letter with her, but she said that she would send me a picture of it tonight. I ask her if her dad has reported it to the police, and she says not yet. We need to go to the barber shop. It's only a 10-minute walk from my house, so whatever. And honestly, we were just trying to freak ourselves out, maybe have a little fun. Maybe that's weird, but whatever. We walk there, iPhones in hand, ready to take some pictures. We go to the shop. It's obviously closed as it's around 10 o'clock at night. We had to walk on the lawn to get close to the window, our faces pressed against the glass to see in. We took some pictures of the window and tried looking inside, but there are blinds in the window. He has some weird knickknacks in it, and the sign is super old, but nothing is out of blue. Then my stomach sank. Even to this day I get shivers up my spine. Paul was sitting in the back of the shop directly staring at us. He was sitting slouched over in the chair, his arms dangling off the side and his feet crookedly below him. His face was scruffy with a beard, his eyes as cold as the night. He was staring directly at us. The disturbing part was that he was sitting in the complete dark. The only light was faintly seen from a room in the back corner. The other disturbing part was that it was around 10:30 on a weekend night, and he's sitting in his shop by himself, in the dark. He didn't move and didn't say anything. He just sat there staring at me. I mean, it's his shop. We were trespassing. He had every right to be staring at me. But the way he was staring, just so deeply into me, felt like forever. I knew that there was no way that he knew that we had read this letter, but I think he knew. We got the heck out of there. The next day, I check my emails and I find the letter in my inbox. On May 19th, 1974, Carl Brahm and Tom Lumsden were kidnapped, sodomized, cut up and buried in the sub-tank in my father Paul Lung's barbershop, Twitch. Pete Swan, Stump, and Trevor Manson, Butch, were responsible for the deaths as well. I'm obviously freaked out by this and decide to Google the victims. Sure enough, they show up on Canada's missing website, Cold Case. I'm freaking out, but I decide to send the info to Tracy. Tracy calls me and tells me that her dad took the letter to the police. A few weeks later, the police informed her dad that they had received the same letter from multiple people in our town. They used the stamp to trace back where it was from, Toronto. Apparently, it was written by the daughter of the barber who has mental illnesses. They refused to look into the case. At the time, I worked at the one and only grocery store in our town. I saw Paul all the time. Every time he would just give me this sly smile. I knew that he knew it was me who was looking in his window, so one day I decided to confess. I walked up to him while he was in the produce section. "Paul," I stammered. "Hey, just wanted to apologize for looking in your window. It was wrong of me to do that." Paul continued inspecting the cabbage, acting as if he couldn't hear me. "It won't happen again," I said as I began to walk away. "I hope it does." Turn around and look at him. He stands there and gives me that smile. I told some of my coworkers about what happened, and a coworker of mine told me how one time they had a garage sale and Paul was bragging to her mom about how he neutered his own dog with garden shears. So, end of story. Nothing happens. It still totally freaks me out to this day, but I no longer live near that town, so there's that. So this just happened 2 hours ago. I'm a guy in my early 20s. There's a park close to the place I live. You follow this road that goes down to the small river. The road begins in a fairly populated area, and as you go down to the river, maybe 200 meters, you get to the park near the small river. The park does not have any lights, and even though it's surrounded by many residential buildings, it's still isolated, with the trees all around like a small forest. There is a specific area that I go to when I want to chill out for a bit. It's at the end of the park. There's a stone I like to sit on. To get to this area, you have to walk across an open grassy field. I come here when I want to chill out by myself and have a place for peace of mind for a bit, escaping from the everyday madness that life can be. So anyways, it was around 10 p.m. I grab my bike and I start riding towards this place. It takes me no more than 5 minutes to get there with my bike. Even though it's night and the park is pitch black, I still wanted to go and smoke a cigarette or two near the river in the beautiful nature. So I get there, park my bike right next to the stone, light up a cigarette, pull out my phone and watch something on YouTube, while enjoying the calmness around me with the sound of water flowing. Spent 30 minutes looking at my phone when I caught a glimpse of something in the dark. I'm getting the chills as I typed this. At first, I thought my mind was playing tricks on me. It was pitch black after all. After a few seconds, I realized something is actually definitely there, 10 to 15 meters away from me. I got up to get a better look and I noticed that the dark silhouette was slowly moving towards me as if to not make a sound, and then it suddenly dropped to the ground. As I saw the movement on the ground, I thought it must be an animal, a raccoon maybe. Why the heck would a person slowly move towards me, then drop to the ground when I noticed it, right? I turned on the lights on my bicycle and pointed it towards the dark figure. It was not an animal. It was a random man, ducking down and staring at me. Now, keep in mind, I'm at the dead end of the park and no roads lead to here. You have to get through that open field to get here. The light of my phone was definitely visible to him. "Hi," I say, as soon as the light revealed him. I did this kind of automatically. I guess I was looking for a reaction. I did just bust him trying to sneak up on me. "Turn it off," he says. "Why?" I say, still not really thinking and being on autopilot. "Turn it off," he says again, still ducking down, not moving. "I'm just going to leave," I said as I'm getting on my bike, still carefully watching for his movement. As I'm driving away, I'm still looking at him closely. He got up, made a few steps toward the place I was sitting at, and then ducked down again. I got far enough away to feel safe again, and I instantly wondered what would have happened had I kept my eyes on the phone for another minute. I guess I won't be chilling at places like those anymore. Not during the night. What were his intentions? He was definitely trying to stay quiet in the dark. Scary stuff. This is a good reminder that sickos do exist. Stay safe, everyone. So, this girl that I was with at the time, and I needed to have a talk. Yep, that one. And we decided that we should go to our local college town statue to do so. Many kids that go to our college went here to hang out, take pictures, and climb on the statue. Basically, the statue was 30 minutes away in the middle of just farmland. The road to get there is a small one-lane each direction road. I don't know the story behind it or anything, but it is popular, and you would think safe place. So we decided to head out, and it was probably around 1 a.m. at that point. You could see the stars and all of that. It was pitch black outside. When we got there, I got a really creepy feeling, but we wanted to take a look at the statue, so we got out of my car anyways, and proceeded to walk to it. About a 5-minute walk from the gravel parking spot. We took a look and decided to get back in my car because it was dark and pretty cold outside. This is when I decided to keep my engine running and back up into the spot so I could look at the small road to see if anything was happening. About 10 minutes into our conversation, I see a large white SUV. I think it was an Escalade drive past us. I didn't think a whole lot of it, but it was the only car that we'd seen all night. The car drives maybe a quarter mile down the road and suddenly does a 3-point turn. Weird, but no problem. He then comes back towards us and takes a right onto a side road that sat directly behind us. At this point I'm like, okay, he missed a turn, no problem. About a quarter mile down this side road, the SUV does another 3-point turn and is now facing my car directly. The SUV is stopped 100 feet or so in front of us with its headlights blaring down on my car. A compact sedan. Now, I was like, okay, this is super weird. I'm gonna get out of here. Suddenly, the car drives straight ahead into our gravel lot, which sort of blocks off the only entrance and exit. The SUV then just sits here again, and we are directly facing each other. At this point, all of my spidey senses are in full gear, and I'm ready to book it. The girl with me was like, no, we need to finish talking. He's just being weird. I decide to just start hauling ass, and as soon as I squeeze my car out of the lot onto the road, the SUV is tailing me. So I'm looking okay. This dude obviously wants to do something with us. I told the girl to call the cops, but of course, in the middle of nowhere, there's no service. I start to push my car, and I'm going 120 plus miles per hour on this small country road. Surrounded by nothing, mind you. And of course, the SUV is right on my ass. The road that we were on is a straight nothingness for 15 plus miles or so, and we just continue driving. Once we finally started to reach a sense of civilization, there was an intersection with other cars. I finally get my sigh of relief, and this guy will leave us alone. So, just to test and trick him, I turn on my left turn signal and get ready to turn. I turned my wheel enough so that it would look like I was going to turn. Then I put my entire weight on my gas and went straight. He followed me exactly, with the turn signal turning, accelerating, everything. A couple of miles later, we finally get reception and call the police. As we were on the phone with them, there is a brightly lit gas station. One of those big ones like Quick Trip or Racetrack, and we turn into that because if this dude is going to kill or kidnap us, he's going to have to do it where other people could see. As soon as I turn into that gas station, he books it and hauls ass to wherever the heck he was going. We gave a description and what happened to us to the dispatcher and continued on our conversation. To this day, I don't know what that person wanted or what their objective was, but I'm glad I didn't find out. This is my first time posting on Reddit, and I am not the best writer, but the subreddit reminded me of something that happened a while ago. Please excuse me if the story jumps around a bit, because it's honestly confusing for me still, and I'm the one it happened to. About 2 years ago, when I was 17, I received a Facebook message from somebody named Dan who I didn't recognize. I had mutual friends with him, and he looked to be around the same age as me, so I wasn't alarmed. What follows are the messages. Dan: hello, how have you been? I haven't seen you in a few years. Me: hi, not trying to be rude, but do we know each other? Yeah, you don't really know me? I didn't respond. Wow, what a real nice way to treat a family friend. Sorry, I just don't recognize you. Dan then sent a picture of me and him together from when we were little, and I mean really little, like I looked maybe 2 or 3 and he looked 5 or 6. Oh wow, did our parents used to be friends or something? I was your neighbor. You really don't recognize me. Come on, I didn't move that long ago. He in fact moved a long time ago, at least 12 years ago. So I honestly feel like it's not that uncommon for me to not recognize someone who I haven't seen or talked to since I was like 4. Anyways, the conversation continued like that. I apologized for not remembering him and just started catching up. He was being nice enough and I was bored, so whatever. No harm, no foul. After we kept talking, I started remembering more about him. Like, I remembered him coming over and swinging in my backyard, and me going over to his house with my big brother and all of us hanging out together. Dan was a few years older than me, at least 2, but I can't remember exactly. Anyways, we kept talking on Facebook, just messaging back and forth about normal things, until it started to get late and I was tired and had school the next day. So I told him I was going to bed. I closed my computer and just lay down and went to sleep. The next morning, I woke up to a bunch of messages from him. Things like, "Good night, beautiful," or "Sweet dreams." "Message me when you wake up," and "Are you asleep yet? Can't wait to talk to you." There were almost 50 messages. In a way, I was kind of flattered that I was getting that much attention, but like more than anything, I was creeped out. I opened the messages, kind of glanced through them, and just didn't reply. On my phone, I have it set where I don't get notifications from Messenger. At the time, I was in a lot of group chats with different team sports and groups of friends. So it was just easier to, at the end of the day, check the messages versus getting a ton of notifications all day long. At some point during the day, I had gotten more messages from him that I just hadn't noticed while I was at school. He was saying stuff like, "Do you still live at this address here?" I did still live there. "Does your mom still freak out about you hanging out with boys?" What? No, my mom has never freaked out over boys. "Let's go out and catch up. Let me take you out and treat you right," he said. He just kept going on and on with really random questions that weren't necessarily threatening, but just somewhat creepy. And then him talking about wanting to go on dates. He didn't even live in the same state anymore that I live in, so I have no idea how he would have planned on going on dates with me. The messages just kept getting weirder over the next week. Him telling me that he wants me to go on dates and asking me very strange questions about my mom, my brother, and my house. And then he started talking about his house that he used to live in. I didn't reply to any of these, but I was getting at least 50 a day. I'm not sure why I didn't block him. I think I was kind of entertained in a way, like I thought it was funny. Eventually I brought it up to my mom and just asked her if she remembered Dan from next door. Her face was completely drained of color and she got super serious all of a sudden, and she asked why I was bringing him up. I told her that he had messaged me on Facebook and was trying to get me to go out on a date with him, and was just trying to catch up. I didn't tell her he'd been messaging me 50 plus times a day and that I wasn't responding at this point. She told me to block him and never message him again. I asked her why, and this is a summary of what she told me. When I was 3 or 4, I used to play over at his house a lot. His mom would always offer to babysit me if my mom had to quickly go out and run errands, and he also had a little sister who was around my age. So my mom figured it was a perfect opportunity, play date between Dan, my brother, and me, and Dan's little sister. One day when I came home after one of these play dates, my mom asked me and my brother what we had done that day. My brother started talking about how he had watched some movie. I don't know what one. And I apparently told my mom that Dan had brushed my hair for me. But my mom thought it was a little weird. What 6-year-old boy is going to want to brush a 3-year-old girl's hair? So she asked a couple more questions. She doesn't really remember the details, and I don't really remember them either, saying I was a toddler, but somehow it came out that he wasn't brushing my hair. He had been taking a brush and was rubbing it all over my body. I'm not going to get more explicit than that, and no, nothing more serious happened, thankfully. It was more just weird than anything. My brother didn't know anything about this because we had been in Dan's room and my brother had been in the living room with Dan's little sister. After that, my mom didn't let me go back over to his house. Apparently, when my mom confronted his mom about it, a huge fight broke out. Not physically, but a screaming match. It turns out that Dan had been doing similar stuff to his little sister, but had escalated farther than it had with me. My mom threatened to report them to the police or Child Protective Services. She did both. But before much could be done, they moved out and found somewhere else to live. They were renting the house. After hearing that from my mom, I immediately blocked Dan on Facebook. I wasn't quick enough, I guess, however, because he messaged a bunch of my friends on Facebook, asking about me and had changed his relationship status to taken and in a relationship with me. He then followed me on Instagram and found my Snapchat somehow. He liked and commented on almost all of my Instagram pictures and sent me a bunch of Snapchats. I have a feeling you can guess the kinds of pictures. I quickly blocked him on both, and luckily, he never figured out my phone number. I haven't heard from him since and haven't heard anything about him, but Dan, let's not meet again. This was June of 2010. I was 20 and living in a townhouse with my mom and younger sister. I had stayed the night with my boyfriend and had just gotten home and taken a shower. I went into my room to grab some undies from a basket of clean laundry that I personally folded and brought up to my room myself the day before. That's when I noticed the underwear I grabbed had the crotch cut out. I thought it was weird but figured they caught something in the dryer, until the next pair was cut too. And the next. All in all, there were 5 pairs like this. I ran downstairs and showed my mom. She was freaked out too, but we were hoping to find a reasonable explanation. We looked in the washer, dryer, and laundry basket for the missing pieces. Found nothing. So we decided to file a police report. The cop came, looked at my cut up underwear, and bagged up a pair to take back to wherever evidence is taken. He also mentioned it looked like the crotches were torn out with a pocket knife maybe, beside the way the fabric was ripped. He did a quick look around the house looking for any signs of forced entry or whatever, and that's when we realized the kitchen window was unlocked and the screen was half popped off. Obviously, he said to keep doors and windows locked and suggested changing locks just in case, but since we couldn't come up with anybody who we suspected and since I hadn't noticed any freaking stalkers, he just took the report and the bagged underwear and that was that. Until next June. Came home one afternoon after staying with the same boyfriend and think I'd been home a couple hours before going into my underwear drawer, and noticing one pair on top of the crotch cut out, the exact same way as last year. It was a pair I knew I bought after the first incident, and I'd thrown out all the other cut pairs from before. I didn't want the reminder. I flipped and called for a cop to come out again. This cop didn't seem to care at all, though he did take a BS walk around the house and took my report, and that was it. I moved out 2 months later. I was not about to live there the next June. We lived in a good neighborhood, but I felt watched or something sometimes, because how did they always know when I wouldn't be in my room? My mom and I suspect her former co-worker's creepy as heck husband, but never had proof. I only remember my underwear thief like twice a year because it's very unsettling knowing the crotches of my underwear are in some creep's possession, probably to this day. But Let's Not Meet reminded me, and I thought it was fitting. I hope it belongs here. I'm also new here, so I'm still figuring things out. When I was 3, my mom married my stepdad and we moved into his house. It wasn't the best part of town, but it was better than other places around. I guess I could describe it as a bit shady and always on edge. It always seemed like there was something going down in all of our neighbors' lives. We met most of our neighbors over a short period of time, and when I was 7, I became best friends with the 2 next door neighbor girls, Sam and Alex. The 2 of them lived with their mom, their cousin, and their aunt Linda. Now, Linda was a weird woman. Short, overweight, yellowing teeth, thin, wiry hair, and she had one fake eyeball. She always smelled like cigarette smoke and body odor. I did not fancy this woman one bit. Every damn day, she would come up to me while I was at their house playing video games and sit down and ask me about my mom. Questions like how she was doing, how my parents' marriage was, if my mom needed help with anything, or if I needed help with anything. I always just tried to leave or ignore her, but she would just pry and pry. The vibes she would put off were sometimes so unsettling, I just went home. After a couple of years, my mom strictly told me I was not allowed over when she was there, and I couldn't understand why. Then suddenly one day my mom told me we're going to move to a brand new big house. We packed up everything we owned in a few days and left pretty quickly across town into the new place. At the time, we didn't have much money or any reason to move to this side of town, so I was pretty confused, but I never really questioned it. When I was older, I asked my mom why we moved, and she finally told me what had gone down. Linda, as it turned out, was downright obsessed with my mom. She would ask the neighbors where she was. She would look into her house windows, into my bedroom window when I was sleeping. My mom told me she would walk into my room and see her standing in the front yard, staring in. Constant calls would come in, asking to speak with my mom, sometimes using an unknown number. She followed her to work and other places almost every day and begged her to leave my dad and be with her. She would beg to have my mom take her out to eat so my mom could realize that they were meant to be. My mom asked the security at work, who saw her, to escort her out immediately because this bitch would not let up. Sometimes she would confront my mom and smile at her and say, "I took out your trash. See, it's on the street." Or, "I mowed the lawn for you." She tried everything to get my mom alone at her house. Even calling to say that Sam's and Alex's mom had a stroke and she needed her over there ASAP. Other times, while my mom wasn't around, she threatened to kill my stepdad, saying stuff like, "Your wife doesn't love you, she loves me, and she loves my tongue on her, and she only loves me, and she doesn't want you, and I'll kill you if you don't leave her right now." She would always say these awful things to him. Then I told them about how one day I was jumping on their trampoline while I thought nobody was home. Sam and Alex's mom allowed me to, and I looked at their back door and she was there, looking through the slats, watching me the entire time. I remember my mom and dad got super quiet and just said, "Okay, no more doing that, alright?" Linda then started to stare at me, talk to me, tell my mom and dad I was looking extra pretty today. I think that's when we moved. Some of my old friends say that she knows where we live, and my mom knows that's the truth. It's almost been 10 years. She'll drive by once in a while or try calling. Sometimes Alex and Sam try contacting me, but I ignore them. There are so many creepy incidents. I would need more time to explain it all, but I'm so thankful we moved. But it upsets me that she still won't give up after 9 years of stalking. So, since I posted my first Let's Not Meet and y'all were very cool and receptive, I decided why not share one of the creepy encounters I've had. Talking it over with my as of last night fiance, she recommended I start with this story that happened to us last summer. So every year since we have been dating, 6 years, we take a 2-week vacation. The fiance and I like to switch it up. 1 year it's a nice resort or cruise. Then the next a road trip or camping trip. So last summer, we had it in our minds to get in our SUV, load up our things in the doggo, go across our state to Nevada, see a bit of Nevada, and then on to Northern California. We do have rules on these road trips. We have to stop at every roadside attraction, and staying at crazy hotels and motels is a must. So, when I discovered there was a clown museum in Northern Nevada, I knew that we had to stay there. Why? Well, fiance hates clowns, like despises them, and that meant that we needed to stay there. I made reservations for one night, and when we got to the town, we dropped the dog off at a friend of ours for the night. I don't remember if they allow animals, but my friend has a lot of land, and we wanted the dog to run herself ragged and get energy out. So we pull up to this motel, and there are a ton of truckers and some bikers milling around. Fiance can handle her own. She's a cop, so I left her in the car while I ran to check in. Figured I would check us in, and then we could get washed up and go to dinner. I go inside to check in, and that is when this big burly lesbian trucker makes her way up to my fiance. I come out after securing our room key and see her bent over by the driver's window, wearing her cut-off flannel shirt, Levi jeans, and what looked like genuine rattlesnake shit-kicker cowboy boots. I saw my fiance wearing her. I'm trying to be nice, but I am losing my cool face, so I clear my throat so I can get into the vehicle. She turns around, sneering as she looks me up and down, a toothpick jutting out of her mouth that hadn't seen a dentist in quite a while. Yeah, sure. Skinny here is satisfying your needs. She cackled her nasty breath in my face while my fiance exclaimed that I satisfied her just fine. So she shrugs and saunters over to the group of other truckers. I sigh in relief and we go to our room. I would like to say that was the last we saw of her and leave the story at that, but if that was the case, this wouldn't be a Let's Not Meet story, right? That night we are in bed after a round of nocturnal activities. I'm smoking a cigarette, mindlessly shuffling through the few channels, and fiance is browsing the web. There is a knock on the door, and we ask who it is. I hear somebody running away from the door. I get out of bed, wrapping a towel around my waist, and stick my head out of the door. No one. After that, there weren't any more knocks, so we went to bed and woke up early the next day. As we are pulling out, I notice a semi following us. I chalk it up to someone pulling out and shrug it off. However, when the semi still follows us as we head out to my buddy's farm, we are starting to get creeped out. I am about 3 minutes from turning onto my buddy's driveway. He has lots of land and a very long driveway. When the semi gets so close to the back bumper, it's almost pushing us. My fiance pulls out his phone to call the police, and I swerve into the driveway and book it up to my buddy's driveway. Meanwhile, the semi stops, the door opens, and 3 truckers get out. 2 big butch lesbians. One being my fiance's admirer and a big dude, easily 400 to 450 pounds. Luckily, my buddy is a crazy survivalist and gun enthusiast, and he comes running out of his garage with his gun. Fiance and I are seriously freaking out, thinking that we're going to get in the middle of some crazy gunfight, when the truckers quickly get in their truck and leave. We were going to dial the police, but a friend assured us that they wouldn't be bothering us anymore. We quickly gathered up the dog and got the heck out of Dodge. Also, no lesbian truckers were harmed in this retelling, and please no silly hate notes because I love my LGBTQ brethren and sisters. I was 15, dumpy, plumpy, and chumpy. It was my second annual summertime mission trip with my youth group from church, and I was excited to meet boys and help some old people in a rural area to repair their houses. The trips were large, organized events, drawing youth groups from a large region of the US. I was always pretty bookish, so spending a whole week outside with my friends was always a different and fun experience. I was friendlier than usual on these trips. I would trade addresses with anyone who wanted to kit on these trips. I thought everyone wanted to be my friend. That particular year I met a man named Brett who was on the trip in a youth leader capacity, being that he was in his mid-20s and in college, as opposed to the middle/high school teenagers the trips were intended for. He mingled with the teens the same as the other leaders, and we all got on well, and everything was very fun and great, and as innocent as can be on the trip. I didn't think much about him at all, much less think twice about swapping addresses and phone numbers with him at the end. I did that with all of my friends. A week after getting home from the trip, I receive a letter from Brett. I write him back, simple enough. I guess we're pen pals now. Cool. A couple of weeks later, I get another letter from Brett along with a prepaid phone card so I could call him, if I wanted to. I was apparently totally oblivious to everything at this point in my life because I called. We talked weekly on the phone and continued to write. It was all platonic to me. So when, a few months later, he called my father and asked his permission to drive the state over to visit me for a weekend, I was a little bit confused but shrugged it off like, oh well, maybe college is lonely, I don't know. Because I was a child and was like, oh sure, if he wants to, whatever. The plan was for him to get a motel room nearby and hang out for the weekend. I guess from my perspective, a 23 to 25-year-old dude wanting to spend the weekend with a 15-year-old isn't weird. I have no idea where my mind was. So the weekend arrives and Brett drives straight to my house to have dinner with me and my family. He bought me a toy, Donkey from Shrek. I wasn't ever and still am not a big Shrek fan, so that was very random, and a big-ass bag of mini Jawbreakers. We have dinner with the fam, during which Brett shares his plans for the weekend, going out to movies, out for meals, date stuff. My dad was firm in that he wouldn't be allowing me to go anywhere with him alone. I walked Brett out to his car after dinner, then never spoke to him or saw him again. I always thought it was just a weird friendship and realized much later in life, it's now been 17 years since then, that he, an adult, was attempting to court me, and bailed when he learned that my dad was not on board. Dear Barfy Church Creep, let's not ever meet again. Thanks. Edit for clarity. Brett either lied about or skirted the issue of his age with my dad over the phone, so I am fairly positive my dad was expecting a teenager, 18 to 19, to show up, rather than a mid-20s man. I also had never expressed any affection towards Brett, either to my father or Brett himself. I thought he was just my friend that I talked about devotionals with. Hey everyone, here's a story that really terrified me as a 14-year-old, and I still have a fear of being hit by vehicles. I was 14 and 5 of my friends and I were walking around our suburban neighborhood. We weren't an extremely rambunctious group or anything, but we were having fun, laughing and chatting as kids do. We were headed to my friend's house who was with us at the time. My one friend Justin was playing with some sort of toy. Something small and plastic. Basically a McDonald's toy. He was flicking it around and it accidentally fell on the front lawn of someone's house, maybe a foot into their lawn. We laughed and leaned over the lawn to pick up the toy and continued on our way. That's right, we didn't even step on the lawn. We leaned to pick it up. That's when we realized the homeowner had seen us and had furiously gotten into his car and started following us. He rolled down his window and started screaming at us that we messed with his lawn. We kept saying that it was an accident and that we were just picking up our toy. But I'll never forget the rage this man had on his face. Spitting at us in anger, blood red-faced, absolutely livid. He was following us to our friend's house. We didn't know what to do at the time, but we started walking as quickly as possible, ignoring the man or trying to, and we made it to our friend's house, that she lived about a half block away. She went into the front door and opened the garage so we could all pile into it. The man pulled into her driveway. We all kind of froze in fear as we didn't understand what his motive was or where he was going from here. Then he started full-blown revving his engine at us. Maybe 3 good roars before he plummeted into the garage, nearly hitting us kids. I mean, we ran so fast into the house screaming. The man reversed quickly, screamed some more horrific things at us, and was on his way. I remember having a full-blown panic attack about this and crying. I don't think we ever told our parents about what happened, but man, it was chilling. An unbelievably bizarre reaction to a kid removing a toy from your lawn. This was a long time ago in the late 90s. When I was 19, I moved from Oregon to Florida to be with my boyfriend at the time. Don't ever do that, by the way. I was thinking white sand beaches and Mickey Mouse, but instead got the swamp, bugs, and dirt roads. It was a huge shock to the system. We lived in this stinky little old town called Hawthorne, just outside of Gainesville. Don't ever go there. It's very small. 1 stoplight and 4 stores. Dollar General, Steve's Market, Eckerd's Pharmacy, and Sonny's Barbecue. Anyways, I got a new job at the now defunct Eckerd's in the middle of town. It was next to the grocery store, so everybody shopped there. After about 3 months or so of working there, I walked in to start my shift one day when the manager pulled me into his office. Laid out on his desk was about 30 to 40 open letters, all addressed by hand to me. "Do you know this person?" my manager asked. "No." "Read one." So I picked the cheerful yellow one. Inside were 2 handwritten letters and a magazine cutout of a woman with long blonde hair just like me. As the manager watched on, I read the letter. I skipped around a lot out of confusion, desperately trying to find out why I'm in this room. From what I read, it was mostly someone imagining what spending time with me would be like. A lot of it was sexual in nature. There were descriptions and comments about my hair, washing it, smelling it, and something about the moonlight. A few sentences were highlighted, others were underlined. My first thought was, am I getting fired? "Do you know David Elrod?" I said yes, I think so. The tall, lanky guy with thick glasses and frizzy dark blonde hair. The regular who comes in a couple of times a week to pick up Diet Coke and medication for his mom. Late 20s and obviously socially or mentally challenged. On rare occasions, he would make small talk as I rang up his soda. Once or twice, he would linger at my register or stare at me, but I figured he was just trying to adjust his eyes or had poor social cues. Harmless, compared to some of the other people I had met in Florida, so I didn't pay him any mind. Until that day in Eckerd's office. I knew he wrote the letters because of a strange encounter 2 weeks earlier. While working, he came up behind me and touched and caressed my hair. I had to remove it from his hands and he apologized. Weird. No harm done. I went back to work. After telling my manager this, he informed me that the customer was going to be banned from the store and I was being sent home while they worked out the details. What details? Confused, I walked out of the store and drove home. Very strange. 2 hours after I got home from my non-shift at work, there was a knock at my door. I look out the window and see what resembles a SWAT team. I saw men in tactical gear with large weapons, 2 men dressed in suits, and several uniformed cops. In what seemed like slow motion at the time, I opened the door. A female officer holds up a few oddly familiar letters. "Can we come in and talk to you about these?" Realizing everyone in town has read the letters, I wanted to pass the heck out. I don't even know this guy. We have a seat on my couch and she begins to speak. Out of the corner of my eye, I see my boyfriend shooting me dirty looks from the bedroom. The female officer mentions getting the letters from Eckerd's and attempting to issue a trespassing notice. They wanted to speak to him directly, she says, because her whole department is aware of David. The officers confronted him at his residence and attempted to evoke the trespassing notice from Eckerd's store. Apparently, he was not happy about that. He insisted for over 45 minutes how this was all a big mistake and I wanted to talk to him. He was so combative and persistent, they decided to pursue stalking charges. Stalking charges? She continues, "You need to be aware that David killed and partially dismembered his mother when he was 12 years old. He was released from a juvenile psychiatric facility less than 4 years ago." "We found disturbing materials at his home," she continued. "We believe he's been stalking you." My mind kept wandering. Diet Coke. It's my mom's favorite drink. David was arrested the next day for stalking after he was found in the Eckert's parking lot, but the last official word was he went back to the psychiatric hospital, at least temporarily. I didn't have the chance to read those letters in full before they were entered into some vault of evidence, nor did they explain what they found at his house, so I never had the complete picture of what was happening. My boyfriend at the time was a huge jerk about the whole thing, so I moved back to Oregon a week later. Besides, who wants to hang around when Norman Bates is fixated on you? This is only brief, but it scared me for a long time. I used to live in a very isolated rural town with a population of approximately 1,200 people, and as expected, I knew everybody there. My best friends and I were your typical benign teenage delinquents, and our favorite game at the time was an activity we referred to as Dead Fred. We would stuff a full-length wetsuit with newspaper, dress it in long sleeves and jeans, and leave it lying in the middle of our street at nighttime. Meanwhile, we'd be hiding in the bushes, laughing and musing over the varied reactions of those who came across the scene. One night, a car seemingly didn't even notice Dead Fred and drove right over the top of him at speed. The driver screeched to a stop about 50 meters away and got out of the car. I recognized him. It was a close friend's dad, a recently retired accountant who I knew well and had been my rugby coach for the last few seasons. He looked unstable, possibly shaken but likely drunk. Drinking and driving was quite common in such a small country town. Without much hesitation, he pulled a rifle from the boot of his car. Once again, quite a common thing to have in a small country town. Fired several shots at the corpse from afar and drove away. My friend and I kept this to ourselves, and as far as I know, we are the only two who know. The driver remained a close family friend, continued to coach me in rugby, and has since had grandchildren. I still see him when I go home for holidays. As far as I know, he never fessed up to the incident and carried on with his life for the next 23 years and into the present day as if nothing ever happened. Edit. In response to a few of the comments, firstly, yes, I concede this was a dangerous and stupid game. I never suggested it was clever or well thought out. At least we weren't doing meth. Secondly, we both considered the possibility he was pranking us, but if you knew the guy in question, it's very unlikely. I've known him for ages, and he hardly has a sense of humor, let alone a wicked sense of humor to pull off something like this for decades. Also, I should note my house was on the outskirts of the street that ran through town, and there was a sparse but decent flow of outside traffic past our house. A fair few people are just passing through. This happened to me when I was a teenager, and it still haunts me to this day. I was babysitting for my neighbor across the street, Alice. I babysat for her often, almost every weekend, so we were very comfortable with one another and had a good routine. Rarely, Alice would have a friend sleep over, and on this particular night, that was the case. Jennifer was a first-time sleepover date, so she was a bit nervous, but I did my best to make her happy. Alice's parents left at around 6:30 p.m., setting the alarm behind them as they went. I bathed both girls and got them into bed to watch some Nickelodeon, as was our usual routine. Once the girls were happy, I went into the kitchen to grab some snacks. It was pouring rain outside, and next to the kitchen was a breakfast nook with glass doors and a series of glass windows. As I was preparing to walk back into the room, the phone rang. Alice's parents called often, so I always answered the phone. I picked up the phone and asked who it was. "Hi, how are you?" a male voice asked. "Hi, I'm doing well," I replied. "Are you calling for Jason, Alice's father?" "He isn't home, but I can take a message." "Maybe," he says to me. "Or maybe I'm calling to talk to you." Now, my sixth sense wasn't ringing just yet, and I figured it was a family member or a friend who was bored and wanted to chat. I politely but quickly said I had to go. The girls were calling for me to bring their snacks, so I hung up the phone. I brought Alice and Jennifer their snacks and was about to settle into the recliner chair in Alice's room when I heard the phone ring again. I hustled back into the kitchen to answer it, without really thinking anything was peculiar. At least not yet. You know it's rude to hang up on people, don't you? He started it off, but he wasn't angry or aggressive. It was a little hard to hear him over the thunder and rain, and both girls were calling for me to come back because they were scared of the thunder. I'm sorry, I have to get back to the girls. Have a nice night. I heard him saying something, but I hung up before I could hear what he said. The phone rang again. Don't hang up on me, he said with anger in his voice. I hung up. I was getting nervous at that point. I went back in the room with the girls and the phone rang again. At that point, Alice was asking me not to leave her again, so I didn't answer, but the phone rang again and again. 10 minutes then passed without a call, and the phone rang again. This time I thought that perhaps it was Alice's parents, so I peeled myself away from the girls to go and answer the phone. Don't you ever hang up on me again. He screamed. Leave me alone. If you call again, I will call the cops, you frickin' psycho. I screamed. I hung up the phone and turned around to see Alice and Jennifer were now standing behind me. They looked terrified, so I offered to get some ice cream bars from the freezer. I went to the freezer and the phone rang again. Alice answered it. I don't know what he was saying, but I heard screaming and Alice looked absolutely terrified. I grabbed the phone and was about to unleash on him when he said, "That's a nice pink shirt you're wearing." I hung up the phone and realized that not only was I wearing a pink shirt, but also during the second call I received, there was a clap of thunder that I heard on the phone at the same time I heard it in the house. It wasn't until that moment that the realization hit me. Now, I was a teenager at that point, thinking I was invincible and having no concept of my own mortality, but a higher sense of consciousness kicked in and guided my next few actions. I hit the light switch in the kitchen, as it controlled most of the lights in that immediate area. I grabbed both girls, their barking dog, Alex, and shoved all of us into the pantry. The pantry door was open inward, so I pushed up against the shelves and shoved the giant bag of rice against the door. I then had my back against the shelf, my feet pushing against the rice to help secure the door, and I had a girl on each arm. With my hands over their mouths, I pinned the dog between my legs, and although he constantly barked, he somehow knew to stay quiet at that moment. Then the alarm started sounding and the phone started ringing. All of us were trembling, but I was determined not to cry in front of the girls. Between the alarm and the thunderstorm, I couldn't hear much. After what felt like an hour, I heard a female's voice calling and asking if anyone was in the house. She was in front of the pantry and announced that she was a police officer and that it was safe to come out. She clearly knew I wasn't going to take her on her word, so she slid her badge under the door. I moved 1 foot from the bag of rice and towed her badge toward me. The police had turned the lights on, so I was able to see from the light streaming in under the pantry door that this was, in fact, a badge. I cautiously made my way out of the pantry, shielding the girls behind me. The female officer, Officer Wesley, didn't look alarmed at all, and I quickly realized why. It's scary when the alarm goes off, she said, but next time you need to answer the phone and let the alarm company know everything is okay instead of hiding. Sending officers out to a house isn't a joke. I looked at her incredulously. We didn't set off the alarm, I said, stammering, and I started to cry. We haven't opened any doors. She looked at me with confusion and then said, Then who made those footprints? From the back door, the sliding glass door in the kitchen nook, to the pantry, and out of the front door were muddy footprints. In front of the pantry was a bunch of prints, as if somebody had paced in front of the door for a while. The footprints led out to the front door, which was still open when the police arrived. I was hysterical, and the police called Jason and Janelle, Alice's parents, to come home from the restaurant they were at. Within earshot, but clearly not meant for me to overhear, Officer Wesley's partner informed her that the door in the nook had been pried open. I looked out over the pool deck and could see where the trail of footprints had started from the grass and into the house. They were mostly dissolved at that point due to the rain, but it was very clear that somebody had walked from the side of Alice's house and towards the glass door. We waited for Alice's parents to come home before I left. When the police recounted the night's events, I remember thinking in passing that neither of Alice's parents looked as terrified as I thought they should have, given the events of the evening. The police walked me home and told my parents what happened. My mom and dad were both very, very upset. A few extra officers patrolled the neighborhood for a few weeks, but never caught the perpetrator, nor was he ever heard from again. And I never babysat for Alice again. I was too frightened. Fast forward a few years, and Jason, Alice's father, went to prison for tax evasion, or so we were told. Years later, when I was home visiting, I ran into Jason as he was leaving the house on his motorcycle. He stopped to chat with me, and I asked him the one nagging question I had for years. Did you really go to jail for tax evasion? Now at that point, Jason and Janelle were divorced. She left him for her dead sister's husband, which is pretty dark, and I guess Jason didn't feel that he needed to keep up any pretenses. He told me that no, he was sent to prison for drug running. He went off on the tale how he was caught in a high-speed chase and bragged about how he was one of the biggest dealers in the area for years until he was busted. And then I knew. The person who was calling that night was trying to exact some sort of punishment on Jason. Maybe he was a rival dealer, or maybe Jason worked for him and had pissed him off, but that's why Jason and Janelle didn't seem as alarmed as they should have. I'm so thankful that everything worked out and we were not killed that night, but I knew that Jason's actions had led to that night's events. I knew it in my gut. This haunts me to this day, and I think helps solidify a healthy understanding of my own mortality, as well as the depravity that may be within others. I'm not overly paranoid, but I'm cautious, and I think rightly so. My stupid teenage antics, for the most part, stopped dead in their tracks. Thanks for listening. I've been meaning to post this story for a while, but just now got around to it. For the sake of imagery, I'm female, and when this took place, I was 13 or 14 years old. My family moved to a semi-posh, small housing development when I was in 8th grade. At the time, there were maybe 12 other homes in the development. Soon after moving in, my parents made friends with our next-door neighbors, James and Margaret. They were only slightly younger than my parents. I would guess mid-30s, and had no children. When asked why they hadn't had any children yet, James said something along the lines of, "I'm waiting to get my ducks in a row." They were super nice, friendly, and fun to be around. Sometimes my parents would leave my little sister and me with them while they would go out. They had a huge house and tons of movies to watch and cable, which we did not have. At first, I really enjoyed hanging out with James because I thought he was funny and really easy to talk to. He spoke to me like he would to an adult, like we were friends. I could talk to him about school or vent about how strict my parents were. For months, things seemed totally normal. Then, very slowly, things started to change. I started to gradually feel more and more uncomfortable around James. He would say little things that I felt were slightly suggestive. Sometimes he would hug me for too long. At first, I just ignored it and assumed I was probably being paranoid. We continued to be friends with James and Margaret. We would have dinner with them. Sometimes Margaret would invite me over to bake with her. One night, James gave me a fake earring and said it would be really funny if I put it on my belly button to scare my mom. I actually agreed. I thought it would be hilarious. My mom is really, really conservative. I went to put it on my belly button and he said, "It would be even funnier if you put it on your nipple instead. Do you think it would fit?" And he tried to lift my shirt up. That was when I knew I wasn't paranoid and that this man was not my friend. Clearly, I should have immediately told my parents, but teenage me was not that smart. I was really embarrassed by the situation and for some reason felt like I would just make everyone mad at me if I said something. So from that point on, I just made up any excuse to not be around James. If he and Margaret came to our house, I would stay in my room the whole time. If my family went to their house, I would say I had homework or just wanted to stay home by myself. My parents just figured I was being a typical antisocial teenager. For a while, nothing happened. Then James started calling my house every time my parents went out and I was at home. He would ask for my dad or mom, but then would try to casually strike up a conversation with me. I would just brush him off and tell him I let my parents know he called. One night I was home alone and he called. He said he was bored and asked if I wanted to come over and watch a movie. I said I had homework. Another night, he called and asked if he could swing by and pick up some movies that he had let my parents borrow. I felt like I didn't have a valid excuse for why he couldn't take back his own movies, so I said okay. He said he'd come get them in a few minutes. I very quickly grabbed the movies, put them on my front porch, then went back inside and locked the doors. He rang the bell, but I ignored him. He must have said something to my mom about it because she asked me why I didn't just give them to him and why I didn't answer the door. I told her my music must have been too loud and I didn't hear it. I came up with excuse after excuse and still said nothing, all the while growing to truly hate James. One night while home alone, I was cleaning my room. My bedroom is on one side of the house that faces James and Margaret's house, on the second floor. I was just listening to some music and cleaning near the window. I glanced up and there was James, standing in front of his kitchen sliding glass door, staring up at me. He was fully naked and masturbating. At the time, young and uninformed, me didn't actually even know what masturbating was. All I knew was that James was definitely naked and definitely watching me and grabbing his own wiener. I quickly slammed down the shade and turned off my light. I was so upset that I hid in my closet. A few nights later, my best friend was spending the night. I had told her about what had happened and she actually kind of laughed in disbelief. She said I must have imagined it. No way was he just standing there naked. She believed me later that night when we were hanging out in my room and she suddenly darted into my closet and screamed, "He's there and he's in his birthday suit." From that point on, I actually kept that shade duct tape shut so nobody would make the mistake of leaving it up. That was the last thing that ever happened. I still didn't say anything because I was so embarrassed and afraid. After that, he and Margaret even started being distant from my parents. We didn't get invited over anymore. They didn't call. My parents would occasionally talk and wonder what happened. They couldn't understand why James and Margaret would stop just being friends with them. Still, I said nothing. Looking back, I think James probably panicked when he realized that both I and my friend had seen him and that it would be two people's word against his. Over the years, James and Margaret's coldness eventually turned into hostility. They would complain and argue with my parents over trivial neighbor stuff. We didn't mow our lawn often enough. Our trees were slightly over the property line. Our cats were coming into their yard. One night over dinner, my mom was venting about it and said, "I don't understand what happened. They were our friends and now they basically hate us. What could we have possibly done to offend them so badly?" I couldn't take it anymore. I just blurted it out. James was a pervert and was harassing me. I told them every single thing that happened and it all just fell into place and they understood and totally believed me. Obviously they were livid and my dad wanted to march over to their house immediately and confront James. However, over 5 years had passed. I was an adult at this point and aside from not wanting to have anything to do with him, I had no proof. James and Margaret still live next door to my parents. Sometimes when I go to their house to visit, he's outside working on his lawn. I never wave or smile as I drive by, but sometimes I lock eyes with him. Although he never had to deal with any consequences, I still feel like I won in the end. I came out totally unscathed, but he's still a pervert and he has to live with that. I'm not sure why this is occurring, but on 4 separate occasions, my stuff has been moved into weird places, both outdoors and indoors. I did not do any of it myself on accident. Due to the nature of the incidents, I would remember it. What I mean by this, initially I was watching a movie in my living room, which is on the first floor of my house, and fell asleep. It was a Friday night. I woke up around 1 a.m. and went upstairs to my bedroom. It looked like somebody was lying under my covers in a fetal position. I really thought it was a person, but it turned out to be this large panda I bought at FAO Schwarz in New York a few years ago. It wasn't a good idea, but I didn't really think I was in serious danger, so I finally got myself to go up to my bed and remove the blanket, and the panda was lying on its side. The panda had been in the game room before. I'm a very heavy sleeper, so this could have happened while I was sleeping. and I wouldn't have realized it, which is why this incident was the scariest to me. This was about a month ago. Since then, 3 similar incidents have occurred. Around a week afterward, I believe it was a Thursday, I got home and found that a pitcher of strawberry lemonade I had made was half empty, or half full, and had been placed in the plastics cupboard. It was in the refrigerator that morning. I did not put it there, and I don't see how I could possibly put it there mistakenly. Next, a few days after the lemonade, I believe, my bike that had been in my garage was moved to the backyard. But I blame myself for that one because I don't always close the garage, though I do always lock the doors. The garage door has no key option though, and can only be locked from the inside by simply twisting the lock. My front door is the only door in my house that can be opened with a key, which only I have, to the best of my knowledge. None of my windows have locks because it's impossible to open any of my windows unless you simply broke them. I don't remember exactly how far afterwards this was, but it was probably a couple of weeks. 3 of my books that I had sitting on my nightstand were in the fridge. All of the incidents, except for the panda, must have happened while I was not home. Though I guess it's possible that the panda thing happened while I wasn't home. I was creeped out before, and at that point I was very scared. I live in a small town in the mountains, where I've lived for most of my life, and my neighborhood is pretty far back from the main road. I live alone and have no landlord. I haven't reported anything to the police because I haven't been threatened, so they really wouldn't do anything, though it is breaking and entering. My next door neighbors on the left and right of me can't really see my house from theirs, but I've asked them if they've seen anything weird, like someone lurking around the neighborhood or something. I don't know how or why they would, and they claim they haven't. This family lived in my house before me, and I know that the father is an architect and built my house himself, so no one else lived there before them, but other than that, I don't know much about them. I have also installed 3 security cameras on my property, and the last incident to occur was the books in the fridge, but I'm very creeped out. I don't know who would be doing this, and in case you were wondering, I don't have a basement. Update. I went to the police this morning. I decided to actually go to the station in my town to do so. I filed a report, asked for a copy of my report, which they said I'll get in about a week, and asked what could be done. I was told to install security cameras in my house, as you guys also told me, and I was also told that in my state, breaking and entering specifically isn't recognized as a charge, but burglary is. Though like I said, nothing had been stolen. But it's apparent that the intent is to mess with me. If there turned out to be an adult that was charged with burglary, they said it would be punishable by up to 20 years in prison, but obviously it depends on the nature of the crime. I mentioned this below, but they also said that it counts as unlawful entering, which is a lesser charge, and vandalism, obviously a misdemeanor. It's very screwed up. The police agreed to patrol my neighborhood 3 times per week, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. They recommended having somebody stay with me, which I will probably do if possible. If I do, I will most likely have my sister stay with me because she attends college in our area and lives alone as well, so it would be easiest for her. I was asked, as you all asked me, about sleepwalking and the carbon monoxide detectors, and I told them the same things I posted here. I haven't done this yet, but later today, I will be purchasing more cameras for the interior of my house. My outdoor ones are infrared, and each has its own IP address, so I can access the feed from my cell phone through a web browser with my username and password, set up an account whenever I'd like to. I plan on getting the same kind for inside. Update 2. My indoor cameras have been installed. If anything else happens, I will be posting it here. Thanks for your time. I'm making a throwaway for this because it's a very personal story, but I've wanted to tell it for a while. This happened a few years ago, but I'm only able to tell it now due to the circumstances. One early morning, I had a coworker come to my house to clean it. She had a cleaning service with her daughter for side work. I designed her business cards and flyers in exchange for a free house cleaning. Bartering is awesome. I made my husband leave so he wouldn't be in the way. It was just before hunting season, so he went to the range to spot in his scope before the usual rush. I was home with my then 4-year-old. I helped the ladies clean by moving things and getting supplies and such. I couldn't sit around while they cleaned. I felt guilty for some reason. After they left around 10 a.m., I was standing in my kitchen admiring the shiny floors and inhaling the fresh smell when I saw a figure go past the carport door. The way our house was set up was, there was a carport with a small storage room separate from the house, with steps to the kitchen door and steps down to the back patio that made a breezeway between the house and storage room. On the other side of the storage room was a walkway to and from the backyard. We didn't have a fence, but our neighbors did. So essentially, you could walk in a circle around the storage room from the patio to the carport and back again. The figure went through that breezeway to the back patio. I froze and slowly went to the living room in the front of the house to check if the lady's car was gone. It was only my car out there. There are no other cars on our street besides the familiar neighbors' cars. No meter reader, truck, etc. I heard a crash on the patio and my dog started barking. A few months before this, we had our lawnmower stolen from the backyard and a man was on our neighbor's back porch trying to steal the butts from the cigars her husband smoked out there. She ran to my house with her little dog. She was 8 months pregnant and we called the police, but I handed her my 20 gauge. I do trap shooting. Police found the man pushing my lawnmower down the busy highway from which our street turns off. I thought that this person could be back to steal my lawnmower again. I thought to myself, no way, and told my daughter to go in her room and stay there quietly. I gave her a bag of M&Ms to keep busy. I retrieved the 9mm and waited in the kitchen for about 10 minutes until I didn't hear anything. I figured the noise they made by knocking over the yard tools and the dog barking ran them off. I looked out all of the windows and didn't see anything. I was about to call 911 and went outside to see what was stolen so I could make a report had anything been stolen. I left the kitchen door and shut the screen. I went onto the carport and made my way around the walkway between the storage room and the neighbor's fence to the backyard. My daughter came to the screen and said she was out of M&Ms. I told her to go back to her room and I would be there after I took the trash out. My way of calming her to not make her alert of what I was doing. I rounded the storage room to the back patio and saw him. A young man, maybe early 20s, taller than me by almost a foot. I'm 5'5", standing at the corner of the storage room next to the breezeway, holding our large 5-gallon gas can. He sees me and begins to turn and run through the breezeway, right where my 4-year-old is standing. In that instant, I didn't ask him his intentions. I only knew he was a stranger between me and my daughter, with a gas can in his hand going toward her location. So I did what any mama bear would do to protect her cub. I used the 9mm to stop him. It entered his lower waist, around the love handle area, just where his waistband sat. He dropped the can, fell to his knees, and reached to me with fear in his eyes, saying, "You shot me." I said, "I don't know you, and you scared me and aren't supposed to be here." I made him lay down and went to the back door. I set my gun down and told my daughter to stay inside. I grabbed some kitchen towels and ran back to him. I made him roll over and I pulled up his shirt and saw that he had a large knife, and I took it out of his pocket and threw it in the backyard. I told him what I was doing. I called 911 and held the towel around his waist and held it on the wound. I talked to him and told him that I hate that it happened, but I have a child in that house and you will not frighten her. I was crying at this point because this man was in obvious distress, but I stayed with him, making sure he wouldn't bleed out on my patio. He said he just needed some gas. I told him that can was boat gas, diesel, and would have blown his motor, and that was stupid. He chuckled and said, "Yeah, I guess so." Not the stupidest thing I've ever done. The first police arrived, came to the backyard, drew on him, and I said, "I need to make sure my daughter was okay." Showed one officer where the gun was and stood at the back door while they tended to him. The ambulance arrived just then and took him on the rolling thing. Can't think of the name right now. I called my husband over and over and couldn't get him. Of course, he was at the range. He wouldn't be able to hear my call. I brought the officers in the house after the ambulance left and offered them tea. I didn't talk, except I need to call my husband. They were very nice and calming. I finally got a hold of him. He told me later he almost had an accident because he went numb and drove about 100 on the freeway to get home. Our daughter had been so quiet and brave, but as soon as she saw her dad, she started bawling. I ended up going through the standard procedures. They took me to the police station, didn't handcuff me or anything, and let me have a cigarette outside before my lawyer showed up. I needed something to calm my nerves. When the day came for our hearing, the prosecutor had told my lawyer that the man was a recent absent without leave. They found his car in a nearby strip mall parking lot, not out of gas. He didn't show up at the hearing, so add an FTA on his record. The case was pushed back about a year due to the backlog, and once I heard from the lawyer, he said unless I chose to press charges myself, they were going to close it for my part, and I was not charged due to self-defense. If I were to charge, they'd have to find the guy again and draw it out even more. I decided not to, so my part was over. His was still active. Absent without leave, attempted robbery, trespassing, other charges he had accumulated before me, FTA, etc. But I wouldn't have to be part of it. I think that's how it was explained to me. So, dude with the gas can, I'm glad you didn't die. But let's not meet again, or you might not be so lucky next time. Judging by the length of the song I had playing at the time. I've never seen the truck again, but I've also never been back since I graduated. I live in a college city that is also near a lot of amusement parks and tourist areas. The cities on the outskirts have entire gated communities filled with huge vacation rentals. Some of these houses are basically mansions with pools, game rooms, theaters, and more bedrooms than anybody would realistically need. A couple months ago, one of my friends rented one of those villas for the weekends and threw an end of semester party. It wasn't an open party posted online or anything like that. She invited her friends and some of her cousins around our age, and everybody was allowed to bring a few people. I went with my boyfriend. At the busiest point, there were probably 30 to 40 people spread throughout the house. Some were outside by the pool, some were drinking in the kitchen, and other people were in the game room. There was also a theater upstairs that people kept going in and out of. A smaller group of us planned on spending the night, so people had overnight bags, purses, chargers, and blankets lying around. Most people were still planning to leave later. I first noticed this dude maybe an hour or two in the party. He looked around our age, probably early 20s. There was nothing about him that immediately stood out. He was dressed normally, talking to people, and acting completely comfortable. I assumed he came with one of my friend's cousins because I had never met all of their friends. I remember seeing him talking to my boyfriend and some other guys near the game room. When I walked over, he joined the conversation like he already knew everybody. He even knew a couple of people's names, so I didn't question it. The first time somebody asked who he was, it was honestly funny. One of my friends pulled me aside and asked if I knew who he was, and I told her that I thought he came with one of our friend's cousins. We were all drinking, so it became a joke for a while. People kept asking each other who invited him, but nobody seemed seriously concerned. Eventually, someone said they remembered seeing him walk through the front door with the group that had gone outside to get drinks and other things from their cars. When someone finally asked that group, they said they didn't know him either. They remembered him walking inside directly behind them, but they thought he had already been at the party and had just gone outside for a minute. One of them had held the door open for him without thinking about it. At that point, we were all laughing like, so who the heck is this man? It was weird, but there were so many people there that we still thought there had to be an explanation. Maybe the person who invited him was outside, or maybe they had already left. Maybe one of the drunk people there had invited someone and forgotten. He wasn't standing in a corner staring at people or doing anything that screams danger. He was being social, played games with people, and moved around the party like everyone else. At one point, I was standing near a conversation where he commented on how big the house was. He said something like, There are so many rooms, but there are also mad people here. Where is everybody even going to sleep? It didn't seem like a weird question because people were already talking about who was staying and who was leaving. Somebody explained that only a smaller group was spending the night. A few couples had bedrooms, and some people would probably sleep in the theater because it had large reclining seats. The theater was the main reason anybody was going upstairs during the party. People had been watching music videos and hanging out in there throughout the night, so nobody really paid attention to who was going up or coming back down. Later that night, one of my friends got way too drunk. Another friend helped her upstairs and put her in one of the bedrooms so she could sleep it off. That room was also being used by a few people who were staying overnight, so there were bags and other things inside. My friend left the bedroom door open because people were going to be going in and out, and so anyone passing by could check on her. A little while later, the same friend who had helped her upstairs went back to make sure she was okay. The bedroom door was almost completely shut. She knew that she had left it open, but at first, she assumed somebody had closed it because of the noise downstairs. When she opened the door, the guy was inside the room alone with our friend. Our friend was still passed out on the bed. Her purse was open near her, and the guy was standing by the nightstand holding her phone. My other friend immediately asked him what he was doing. He said the phone had been ringing and he was trying to figure out who it belonged to. Then he said that he had heard someone throwing up earlier and wanted to make sure that she was okay. My friend told him he didn't even know her and had no reason to be alone in the bedroom with her, especially with the door basically closed. He kept saying she was misunderstanding the situation and that he was only trying to help. The arguing woke up our drunk friend enough for her to look at him and ask who he was. My other friend started yelling downstairs, asking who brought him, and telling whoever he came with that they both needed to leave. People started coming upstairs and gathering in the hallway. At first, everyone expected someone to step forward and claim him, but nobody did. One of my friend's boyfriends is a lot more confrontational than the rest of us. He walked up to the guy and directly asked who he came with. The guy said the people he knew had already left. My friend's boyfriend asked for their names. He gave one first name, but nobody knew who he was talking about. Then he said he might have gotten the person's name wrong because they had only recently met. Somebody pointed out that earlier he had acted like he knew one of my friend's cousins. He said that we had misunderstood him. According to him, he never said he knew them. He only said he had been hanging around with that group during the party. My friend's boyfriend told him nobody there knew him, so he needed to leave. What really bothered me was how calm the guy stayed. He didn't get angry, embarrassed, or nervous. He just shrugged and said something like, "My bad. I thought it was an open party. It's not that serious." Then he walked downstairs and left. For a few seconds, everybody just stood there. He acted so casual that it almost made us feel like we had overreacted and accidentally kicked out some confused drunk person. Then the friend who had been sleeping checked her purse. Some of her cash was gone. That was when everybody started checking their belongings. Somebody couldn't find their car keys. Another girl's wallet was missing. Somebody else couldn't find their AirPods. A group of us started searching the house. When they checked the theater upstairs, somebody opened the storage compartment inside one of the reclining seats. There were several things inside that clearly didn't belong together. There were 2 wallets, a set of car keys, AirPods, a watch, loose cash, and a couple pieces of jewelry. 2 driver's licenses had been removed from wallets and placed at the bottom of the compartment. Both IDs belonged to girls who were at the party. Everything belonged to different people and had been taken from different places around the house. One person had left her wallet in the kitchen. The car keys had been on a table near the pool door, and the AirPods had been inside a jacket in the game room. Nothing technically left the house because he was confronted before he could take it, but somebody had gathered all of it and hid it inside the theater. We couldn't prove that he had moved every single item, but he had just been found alone in a bedroom, holding our friend's phone with her purse open beside him. People also started remembering that he had gone upstairs multiple times throughout the night. Nobody thought anything of it at first because the theater was up there and people had been coming and going. I know people are probably going to ask why we didn't call the police. There were a lot of people drinking at this party, including people who should not have been. Everybody was worried the police would show up, treat him like a regular party crasher, and focus more on everything happening at the house. Nobody wanted my friend to get in trouble or lose the rental. In hindsight, though, I know we probably should have still called. Since the house was under my friend's name, she contacted the property manager and resort security. The rest of us only know what happened afterward through the update she gave us. The house had a camera facing the front entrance, and the community had security cameras throughout. The front camera showed the group we remembered coming back from their cars. The guy was walking toward the house alone, several feet behind them. Right before they reached the door, he sped up and fell into step with them. When one of the people held the door open, he walked inside without saying anything. The group thought he was already with us. Everyone inside thought he had come with them. Security found more footage of him walking around the community before he entered our villa. They couldn't figure out how he originally got through the gate. He wasn't connected to my friend's reservation, and there was no guest pass under his name. From what the property manager told my friend, they checked with the nearby villas he had been seen around and contacted the relevant renters or property managers. Nobody recognized him or claimed he was their guest. The property manager was apparently furious with the resort because the community advertised itself as heavily secured. Somehow, a random person had gotten through the gate, wandered around the neighborhood, and walked into a rental without being stopped. For a few weeks, my friend didn't hear anything else. Then the property manager contacted her again. Security had stopped the same guy inside the resort on another occasion. I don't know exactly what he was doing at that time, but he wasn't staying there and wasn't listed as anybody's approved guest. They checked his identification and connected him to the footage from our party. His name wasn't common, so my friend looked him up. She found a Facebook profile that matched him and then found court records and an older local article. He had been previously convicted of theft. He'd also been arrested for breaking into a home in a neighborhood nearby, entering property, taking wallets, electronics, and other belongings. I don't know what legally happened after our incident. My friend was told the footage and information were given to law enforcement and that he was permanently banned from the resort since nothing actually left the house. I'm not sure whether he was ever charged for what happened at our party. I still think about how easily he got inside. He didn't force his way through the gate or break into the house. He just walked behind a group of people and let everyone make assumptions for him. He stayed for hours. He talked to us, learned people's names, and heard that some of us planned on sleeping there. Had my friend not gone back upstairs when she did, I don't know how long he would have stayed or what else he would have done. The scariest part is that if nobody had questioned him, he probably would have spent the night in that house with us. I was in my mid-20s in the summer of 2007 and living just outside one of the most dangerous cities in the country. I moved there for a job and was from a very small town in another state, and therefore somewhat naive about danger. I loved my apartment. It was new-ish and I felt safe there at first. I chose the third floor, specifically because I wanted a high balcony. I and my 3 cats and Chihuahua used to go out in the evenings and sit on the floor of the balcony. We didn't have a chair, lol, and enjoy the weather and view. One Friday evening, I was out there after work and happened to overhear a conversation between a young girl on the second floor, directly below me, and a guy who was walking through the yard below. I kid you not, her parents were out of town and she was having a secret house party, just like in the movies. She told him what time the party was starting and asked him to bring some beer, drugs, and friends, and he said he would. I thought nothing of this and went inside to watch Judge Judy. After dark that night, probably between 10:30 and midnight, I took my pets and went to sit on the balcony as we often did. The party girl below me had her sliding glass door open and her party was hopping, and loud. After eavesdropping for a little while, I heard 2 men come out onto the balcony and start talking. This is kind of weird because it's almost like they knew I was up there snooping and wanted me to hear them, but I don't know how they would have known. I was being extra quiet, so at most, they might have heard my dog's toenails tapping around. It's been a long time, so I can't remember verbatim what was said, but I do remember hearing one guy saying something about expletive upstairs. I heard them say something about drugs and something like, "Let's go pay him a visit since we're here." Ooh, drama. Wait a minute. I'm upstairs. This made me uncomfortable, so I listened for them to go in and I grabbed my critters and went inside too. I walked over to my door and checked both locks just in case. I walked through the hall to the bathroom, and I heard a bunch of boom sounds on my door. At this point, my life turns into a scary movie and everything goes into slow motion. I'm staring at the door and I hear the booming again on the door and rattle of the doorknob. And this time it didn't stop for several seconds. I had no clue what to do, so I did the dumb thing and walked gingerly across the carpet toward the door, careful to not make a sound, and looked out the peephole. There were two rough-looking men at the door, presumably the ones from downstairs. While I had my face pressed against the door watching them, one of them turned like he was going to walk away, but instead built up momentum and rammed the door with all of his might. I felt it budge against me and I almost pissed myself. My chihuahua, who had only been growling a little bit up until this point, started screaming bloody murder, which subsequently made the creepers react. Almost as if maybe for a second they thought the apartment might have been empty, but now they knew it was occupied. Then the other guy approached and began donkey kicking the door. When you turn your back to a door, knock by kicking your foot against the door. This had been going on for what seemed like forever, and I swear the door was going to give way. I was still watching them when I realized that if they got in, not only would they probably butcher me, but they would probably also kill Ziggy, Scabby, and Cheeseball. And my chihuahua, so I got mad. I did something I didn't think I'd ever really have to do. Don't read any further if you are sensitive about weapons. My ex-boyfriend and I liked to shoot at the quarry back home, and I had a couple of guns and cases under my bed. I crept in the bedroom trying to keep an ear and eye on the door, pulled out a case, loaded my .45, and walked back to the front door, which they were still pounding and trying to jerk open. Can't say what was scarier at that point. The creepy people pounding the door or the fact that I might have to protect myself and hurt another human being. I looked out the peephole to see them still there, talking, couldn't hear them, and with my face against the door I pulled the hammer back. I guess it's not impossible that they heard it, but then again, I couldn't hear them talking to each other. I don't know why, but they communicated again for a second and ran, not walked away. After I heard the stairwell door shut behind them, I sighed a big sigh of relief and began to cry. I called the police and waited for them to come to my door so I could report what happened. After putting all the clues together, it really seemed as if these guys were looking for a former tenant who might have had a drug dealer or someone who owed them money for drugs. Luckily, nothing else ever came of it, and I never saw those dudes again. Now, there is one thing I left out since I don't know if it makes much difference, but this particular town was full of what we used to call skinheads. Very bad guys with swastika tattoos somewhere on their bodies that would always be visible. I'm pretty sure those guys were skinheads. So, creepy guys, for my sake and yours, let's not meet. I used to work for a fabric store when I was 18 and a freshman in college. I was the night supervisor, so the manager would leave me alone with two other girls. I'm a female, 26 now, in the middle of my shift to finish the night. We would be the only people working from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. each night. There is this man that would come in with his elderly mother after my manager left for the day. She was wheelchair bound and about 90 years old, and he was 60 years old-ish. She'd pick out her fabric and he would wheel her over to my table so I could cut the amount she needed off of the bolt. While I would measure the fabric, the man would make small talk with me, usually about restaurants or politics. He always made me feel a bit uneasy though. He would refuse help from any other staff but me. and he would be staring and smiling at me in a way that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I did not like talking to him or even being near him, and after his 5th or 6th visit to the store, I started to feel uneasy. The first thing he had said that had me on high alert was, "You're a pretty little thing." Well, not all of you are little. While motioning to my torso. The table I cut the fabric at was up to my elbows, so I knew he wasn't saying I had a gut or a muffin top. He was obviously referring to my chest, so I didn't know how to handle that, and I didn't want to be rude in front of my staff, but I frowned at him and shook my head no, like he was out of line. This didn't stop him, though. A few more weeks went by, and I thought he wasn't coming back after I showed him I was uncomfortable. One evening around closing time, though, he was back. He pushed his mother up to the cutting table and walked off to grab some ribbon. I saw him out of the corner of my eye from where I was standing by the buttons, and I kind of shrunk down to try and hide. It didn't help because when he returned to his mother's side, he asked the girl already there if she could call me up. Since I was the supervisor, I headed up to help so she wouldn't have to deal with him. He rolled the ribbon at me across the table, one spool at a time, with a grin like he was playing a game with me, and I tried to not roll my eyes. I asked him how much he needed of each, and I was writing the ticket for the length and prices of the ribbon. He started talking. The first thing he said was, "Yeah, I take care of old mama here, and she lives with me. Not too keen on bathing and dressing anymore, hey ma?" Now I was officially creeped out. His mom never spoke other than to mumble and point at the fabric she wanted, and this time was no different. I ignored the comment and kept writing. Then he said, "She doesn't care if I have my lady friends over either. They can even stay the night." And he tugged on the band of his sweatpants. I still didn't respond, instead sliding the pile of ribbon and their ticket across the table to him, but he didn't even glance at them. I raised my eyebrows and asked him if I could get him anything else. He sucked on his teeth and squinted at me before continuing his gross one-sided conversation. He told me he lived upstairs above his mom's room, but she didn't mind the noise whether he was alone or not. So he was implying that he would masturbate and have sex loudly right above his mother's room. This was the last straw for me, so I told him I'd have an associate ring him up, and I promptly went to the break room to escape. I used my walkie-talkie to tell the other girl on the floor to work the register, hoping the creep wouldn't say the same perverted things to her too, but I was still too uncomfortable to deal with him myself. She rang him up without a problem and came back to tell me he was gone. The next day I told my manager about him and what he said to me and how he seemed to be singling me out, and I was very uncomfortable. She told me to hide in the back when he came in and have one of the other girls cut for him. I told the night staff that they didn't have to help him if they didn't want to, but apparently the man didn't say much to the other girls, and they agreed to help him when he came in. He came in a week later, I think around 5 p.m., because my manager was still there and the sun was setting. The store wasn't too busy, but there was a line at the register and I was stuck there the whole time he was shopping, and I couldn't get my manager's attention. He had his mother with him again, and he took her to pick out her fabric. I wondered what they needed so much fabric and ribbon for, since they had just come in, but common sense told me it wasn't a coincidence when I caught him looking over his shoulder at me repeatedly. He stepped up to the register with his creepy smile and handed me his fabric one piece at a time, and then his ticket, so I had to keep reaching out and taking them from his hands. I was careful not to let my fingers touch his because I was disgusted by him and his comments the previous week. I rang his items up very fast and told him his total without looking at him, but at the screen of the computer, then he told me, "You should come to my room soon and sit in my lap and show an old guy a good time, 'cause mama don't mind," and slid his credit card across the counter to me instead of sliding it through the reader on the counter. I pressed my lips together in anger and snatched up the card and slid it down the reader very fast to make a point that I was mad and grossed out by what he said. He didn't get the hint and kept chuckling to himself. I ripped the receipt out of the machine and dropped it into his bag and gave him a glare. He seemed to think it was funny because he kept smiling and then asked his mom if she thought I was good enough to go home with him. At this point, I had enough and said, "I'm not going anywhere with you and you're being a creep," and logged off the register. I didn't hear what he said next because I was halfway across the store, but my manager later told me that she had heard what I said to him, figured he was the man I had told her about, and she was asking him if she could help him. In a rough way, like she was making a point to show him she knew he was a pervert and he needed to leave. He told her that he was just chatting me up and that I was friendly with him. She knew he was full of crap, and she just said something along the lines of, "Oh, I'm sure, and to have a good day." He left without saying anything else to her. Then she came to tell me what he had said to her and that if she saw him again, she'd tell me to go hide. I wish I could say that he got what was coming and got banned from the store, but since he didn't say anything gross in front of my manager or make lewd gestures in front of the cameras or try to touch me, nothing could be done. He kept coming in for the next 4 months or so I worked there, and each time I was warned I would go work in the back or take a break. I was upset for a long time that he was allowed to come in the store, and I even brought up to the regional manager when he came in, but he told me the same things I'd already heard. I eventually became fed up that nobody would ban the guy from the store, and I quit. This happened to my friend and me when we were about 12 or 13. It was summer in suburban Illinois. We were both female. I've always had an affinity for water, so my friend and I frequented the pools whenever we'd have free time. It was in the middle of July, just after the 4th, a busy season. The pool was packed as usual, nearly at capacity. Normally, we'd be completely ignored as we'd flopped around in the deepest end to escape the crowd, but this time we were approached. 2 men, one tall and extremely pale, scruffy with bad skin and residual acne scarring. The other was short and pudgy but dark skin with strikingly dark eyes. They were an odd pair to see together, but shared similar features and were obviously related in some way. They looked to be in their mid to late 20s. Not too long after we made our way out of the crowds to our deep end corner, these two struck up a conversation with us. The tall one was enamored with my friend, the fat one with me. They asked us for our names, and very casually, being extremely sheltered, naive children, we were way too open and honest with them. We conversed for some time about kid stuff, and they asked if we wanted to play chicken. My friend and I didn't even have a chance to respond before they dove underwater and scooped us up on their shoulders. At that point, the lifeguard scolded them and we were set back down. They quickly left to get lunch. An hour or two passes. We agree they were creepy and migrate to the lazy river. As we were waiting for a tube, they slip into line behind us and attempt to strike up another conversation. We are polite, but a bit wary at this point. We make it to the front of the line. The only tube they had available was a quad. In our stupidity, we decide to get in and see about ditching out and finding our own tubes while we were cruising. What's a little bit more conversation between friends, right? As soon as we pass under the first bridge and out of sight, they start telling us that they're recently out of jail and they brought knives. By the time we reach the second bridge, the tall one plants his feet down and keeps the tube from moving. It isn't noticeable in the crowd. There isn't even room to leave the tube. The larger one grabs my shoulder and glares at me, asking for a kiss. My friend is grabbed in a similar fashion. We duck and they seem irritated. We're actually petrified. They ask if we like them and we'll keep it a secret. We said yes. Then they ask if we want to meet them at their car for fun. We say yes. They let the tube keep floating and tell us to get out at the next stop, head to the changing room, and meet them out front. We headed straight there and quickly ran through, darting up to the staff room and pounding on the door. They let us in. We told them that we weren't feeling well and needed to call home. They obliged, and my mom picked us up about 30 minutes later. We hid out in the dressing room until then and orbited the older ladies. The men waited for about 15 minutes, visible from the ventilation windows, and then booked it. In retrospect, I wish we had called the cops, but we both came from hyper-religious, patriarchal families. We were scared of the implications. I didn't realize the gravity of the situation until I was lying in bed that night and thought about what our future would have looked like if we had followed them. I hope you creepos got busted, and I hope we never meet again. This story is about 3 years old, from a time when I was living alone in a somewhat sketchy area of a major US city. I was 23 at the time. I'm very small, mind you. I absolutely adored my studio apartment. It was located on the 4th floor of an old red brick building built in 1912, complete with a rickety fire escape and elevator with layers of old paint that had peeled off over the years, exposing a patchwork time capsule of gaudy taste. The walls were thin, the carpet was blue, tacky, and well-worn. The doors were relatively new and cheap. They may as well have been made out of plywood, but it had that great city feel about it. Located in the most populous part of the city, with tall buildings and Art Deco theaters surrounding it, illuminating nightfall with freestanding neon signs and spotlit billboards. I felt free and alive. I lived there for 2 years. Had a few incidents in and around the building that should have been indicators I needed to break my lease, including a neighbor exposing himself to me on the fire escape one night as I was smoking a cigarette, and worse even still, when I was beaten and mugged from my laptop 1 block away. Like many of the building's residents, I had seen hard times before, and moving anywhere safer on my income seemed near impossible. I was barely getting by, so I convinced myself to wait it out, and everything would be okay, until it wasn't. Normally, I would take the train and go dancing Friday nights. This was probably the only Friday night I decided to stay in. My friend Homer was over watching a movie, and another friend, Justin, was staying with me until he could find a room. Despite whatever random turn of events led to this night, I am very grateful they were with me. I lived alone. My neighbors knew that fact, but I knew most of my neighbors. They were mostly struggling actors and artists, a few immigrant families, and some elderly people. They all took care of each other, and none of them, aside from the creep who exposed himself to me, were cause for any concern. I should state here before I continue with my story that the creep I just mentioned was not responsible for the following events. He couldn't have been because he was shorter than me at 5'6", and barely spoke English. At around 10 p.m., I roll out some blankets and yoga mats for the guys to crash on. My bed wasn't much better. A foam futon mattress topper lying on the floor. It is worth mentioning here that because my place was so tiny, the bed could only face one direction without blocking the kitchen door/hallway. It is also worth mentioning here that my apartment looked out into the street, and any street lights on or off are visible from the street below. At 10 p.m., we hit the lights and called it a night. As I lie in bed staring at the door, trying to fall asleep, something catches my eye. Remember I mentioned the fire escape right outside my apartment door? Tenants often walk to the fire escape, much to my landlord's disgust, to smoke cigarettes, weed, or drink beer. Because of its proximity to my door and the open windows, I can hear conversations on this fire escape. The usual suspects who party up there normally brought music with them. Tonight it was silent, but a pair of feet that kept walking in front of my door, their shadow exposed by the fluorescent hallway lights. Nobody is up there drinking tonight. Why is someone going back and forth in the hall? Wait, is someone pacing in front of my door? I feel a jab in my side. Did you see that? Homer whispered. I wasn't going to say anything. Justin chimed in. They were both still awake. Then, to our collective horror, the feet stopped directly in front of my door. About 20-ish seconds later, a second pair joined them. The second man was huge, easily over 6 feet tall because the shadow of his body eliminated the light around half my doorframe. I realized he was standing in front of the side that locks. Then more whispering, this time from the other side of the door. We couldn't make out any of it, except one telling the other, shh. Then the knocking began. It was a light, actually almost friendly knock. The same type of knock I use when visiting a friend's house and let them know I'm at their door. Immediately I froze. None of my neighbors ever came to my door. only my landlord, and only during business hours. I wasn't expecting company, nor did I have the type of friends who showed up unannounced. My building is locked from the outside, and you need to be a resident or have a key to get in. My mind started racing. Do they know I'm home? I was usually gone at this time on weekends. I thought of calling the police and then remembered using my phone in a building with walls so thin you can hear your neighbors. TV programs weren't a great idea. Besides, how would they even get into the building? I sure as heck wasn't opening that door. More knocking. Playful this time. Taunting. Homer and I sat frozen in fear as Justin walked to my kitchen and grabbed 3 knives. He handed one to each of us. My knife was maybe 4 inches long and used for cutting bread. I never felt as trapped and helpless as I did at that moment. It was because of this experience alone I later learned to use firearms. Whispers on the other side of the door, and suddenly banging. "I know you're in there," the heavy voice hissed. "I know you are home." My heart fell out of my ass when I realized he knew my name. Then we heard the scratching. My lock jiggles. Immediately, Homer half leaps, half stumbles to the door. With the stealth of a ninja, he locks the deadbolt and chain, silently and quickly. They're trying to take the handle off my door. And then it stopped. I looked at the boys. Nobody goes near that door. I remember saying, I have no idea what I did following that moment. I grew up around domestic violence and have a habit of blocking out certain memories or events that disturb me as a defense mechanism. Perhaps it is because of this that I fell asleep that night. When I woke up the next morning, I finally opened my door. A screw was missing from the handle. The other, thankfully, was stripped beyond removal. On the floor was a pile of cigarette butts and ashes. They must have waited outside my door, second-guessing my home, and waiting until the clubs ended. Waited for me in front of my own door. I later asked the boys who played outside around the building what they saw. They were troubled kids who got shaken down weekly by police for stealing bikes, tagging dumpsters, and that kind of stuff. They told me that 2 to 3 huge dudes were staring in my window and trying to jump or lift each other up to the first level and onto the fire escape. That was how they got in. To this day, I have no idea who they were or what they wanted. My landlord was too cheap to ever install security cameras. I get chills down my spine when I think about how they could have possibly known my name. So would-be robbers or rapists who tried breaking in on me and then waited outside my door, let's not meet. Next time, I'll have a gun. This might be a little bit long and perhaps a bit jumbled, but I would like to get it off my chest. In my 19 female freshman year of college, my best friend 19 male at the time, Joe, met David, who I think was 21 male. They became fast friends. Because Joe and I were pretty much attached at the hip, I ended up spending a lot of time with David. To be honest, he kind of creeped me out from the start, though I can never put my finger on why. But he was a funny, intelligent guy, and for the sake of getting along, I made friends with him. He didn't have a lot of friends, and he seemed decent enough on the surface. David learned that I have BPD, and we bonded over that because he did too. I'll admit, it was nice to have somebody that understood, instead of feeling crazy all by myself. Things were alright for a while. David was kind of nasty to be around if he was in a bad mood, and he was often in a bad mood. Unfortunately, it didn't take long for David to confess that he had feelings for me, which were certainly unrequited, and I told him as much. He didn't take it well, but he didn't take it too badly. Things slowly returned more or less to normal over the next few weeks. Meanwhile, David became more unstable. In spite of medication and therapy, he was often unpredictable and frightening. He would fly into rages and punch holes in the wall, doors, and stuff, over small things. He talked frequently about wanting to hurt people, which I understood, but it worried me. He confided a lot in me. In the late spring, Joe and David's frat were having their yearly formal, and David invited me as his platonic date. I didn't really know what formal was, but it sounded like fun. I had just started partying, so yeah, let's do it. What David didn't tell me was that we had the only single cabin. Most cabins had 4 beds. Ours had 1, and it would obviously just be the 2 of us in our cabin, in 1 bed. This made me uncomfortable, but he insisted it was all platonic. We arrived. He bought food and booze, and we got to partying. At the time, I was working through my own issues, mostly by drinking a lot and pretending I was fine. Surprise, surprise. I got drunker than Cooter Brown that night. I acted like an idiot, as one does, and Joe decided it was time I went back to my cabin. David had done something to make me uncomfortable, so I hadn't seen him in maybe an hour or 2. Joe was pretty drunk too, so we stumbled back to my cabin, singing our hearts out very off-key. About the time we got back, I started to get in a very bad headspace, and I got upset. I tried to leave and said something to Joe that made him realize I was upset. He restrained me with a bear hug and calmed me down. It took a while, but it worked, and I felt like I was going to be alright. But as luck would have it, this is when David bursts into the cabin. He is angry and shouting. I get scared. I get upset again and try to leave. Joe is concerned about my mental space. David won't let me leave, and he's screaming cruel things in my face, but I try to step past him. It escalates quickly, and he starts getting rough, then downright violent. He picked me up and threw me repeatedly, like a sack of potatoes. I fought and tried to get outside, and he had multiple black belts and was generally much stronger than me. It was frightening. He got violent sometimes, but it was never directed at me. Now he just seems dangerous. It was more severe than just trying to restrain someone. Obviously, I don't remember all of this. Again, drunk, but I remember bits and pieces, and I also remember being very scared. It eventually stopped when I didn't have the energy to fight anymore and essentially just collapsed in a heap on the floor. The next day was the last day. Time for everyone to pack up and go home. I rode over with David, and the 3-hour drive home was long, quiet, and uncomfortable, both emotionally and physically. I was covered in bruises and sore. I avoided him after that, which he didn't like much. Maybe a week or 2 after formal, he sent me a string of jumbled angry texts. How could I behave that way, after all he did for me? Paying for the cabin, the booze, the trip, and my food. How dare I? He let it slip he still had feelings for me, and called me a lot of nasty names. He said I should also be thankful that he saved my life. I apologized, trying my best to ignore that he really thinks he saved my life, and offered to repay him, but he refused. Said it wasn't about the money. Late that night, he apologized very sincerely. I accepted his apology. He said he was in a bad place and needed someone to comfort him, that he needed a woman to hold him so he could be okay. I refused, obviously. He got mad, obviously. He countered by saying I wasn't special. He didn't want me to cuddle him, he just needed the body of a woman to comfort him. Very flattering. I told him no, and again tried my best to avoid him. We hung out occasionally, always with Joe around. We said hey to each other at parties and texted occasionally, but I continued to hold him at arm's length for the following weeks. By now, it was nearly the end of the semester. Everybody was making their summer plans, and I was looking forward to spending my summer on campus with friends. I get an ominous text from David. I was worried. I called and texted him, no response. I reached out to his longtime best friend Kevin, who lived a state over, begging for help. Kevin got into contact with David's parents, and we began the frantic search for David. In the end, everything was okay, but he was furious with me for not keeping my promise, which I never intended to do anyways. At this point, we talked less and less. We rarely saw one another. Life went on. I had a great summer and made a great guy. I started to forget about David and his temper and his occasional uncomfortable comments. He once told me he would spot me from behind when I walked around campus because I had a signature tail swish. Unfortunately, during my sophomore year, I found myself overwhelmed and dropped out of school. Shortly after, I moved several states away. After moving, David reached out. I didn't have any friends as I was hundreds of miles from home. I was lonely, and in spite of everything, it was good to have a familiar friend around that was just as lonely as I was. Things were okay for a while. In the time we hadn't been talking, David had driven away all his remaining friends, and his grades were slipping. I was essentially his only real friend, and he began to rely on me more and more. I would get snide texts for taking too long to reply, or calls where I would pick up and he would be screaming and crying. It was a lot to handle, but I felt like he needed me. The thought of abandoning him made me feel deeply guilty. On top of this, David began exploring his gender identity. He felt like he might be trans, and working through those feelings was difficult for him. He was not in a situation where he could be out of the closet, and that hurt him understandably. In the late fall, David asked me if I would go to the formal with him again in the spring. He said he understood if I didn't want to, but it was his senior year. It would mean a lot to him, and that things would be different. He would pay to fly me out and all of my other expenses. Periodically, after we got back in contact, he would reiterate wanting a platonic relationship with me. I had a boyfriend and was never interested in David, so I agreed. Yes, please. A platonic relationship. I thought it over and realized it would be a nice opportunity to see friends back home and my family and hopefully have a good time, so I said yes. Months pass by and it's time for formal. I fly home. By this point, David has been exploring his gender more. He still used he, him pronouns, but was getting more comfortable with being feminine. I brought him some of my favorite makeup and perfumes as gifts and planned to do cute activities together, like braiding each other's hair, things that he had shown interest in. Not long after arriving, he told me that he thought of a name he liked. Daisy. It was similar to his given name and the name of his favorite actress. Well, that actress happens to bear a striking resemblance to me. David and many others hadn't told me so. This worried me a bit, but I figured it was close to his name, so I shouldn't think too hard about it. Bedtime comes. He offers his bed or the pull-out couch. I ask for the pull-out couch. He gets quite mad. He expected I would sleep in his bed. Because once again, we have to share a bed in our cabin, so I might as well sleep with him tonight too. I politely insist on the pull-out couch. Preface about his hugs. He always hugged me too tight. It hurt. He was very strong, and it honestly felt like her rib might snap sometimes. I always asked him not to, and he would laugh at me and never respect my request. So with that said, I'm headed to bed. He surprise hugs me and throws us down onto the couch so that he's on top of me. I am not okay with this and try to wiggle out from under him, but his grip is too strong, and I get flustered and tongue-tied. I can feel something against my leg. He freaks out about this and apologizes profusely. I say it's okay and we go to bed. It was very awkward. I was stuck with him for the next few days at that point, so I just tried to pretend it never happened and keep the peace. The next day, David is uninterested in my gifts and the activities we had planned on, but he had some very nice women's tops that he bought for himself and wanted me to try them on. I grab the clothes and make my way towards the bathroom to change, but he stops me. He asks me to change in front of him. At this point, I'm flabbergasted and almost don't know what to say, but yet again I refuse and he gets upset. He says he wants to see my body and what kind of underwear I have on. He tells me that I have the perfect female body. I promise I absolutely don't, lol. And he wishes he had mine. At this point, I'm honestly getting scared. Like he wants to wear my skin or something, kind of scared. After a bit of back and forth, I compromise by turning away from him and taking off my shirt very quickly, putting on the blouses. He was still mad I turned away from him. At this point, I really regretted coming, but I felt guilty, and everything was already paid for, so I told myself to just stick it out. Frankly, I was an idiot, but I can't take it back. After that, David had to leave for an exam. He comes back in a rage, punches a hole in his wall, and goes straight to his room. His roommate and I are confused and alarmed and try to get him to open the door or come out, but he won't. He just stays in his room screaming. Eventually, he lets me in and he wants me to hold his hand, cuddle him, and comfort him. David quite literally begs me. I relent bit by bit. I hold his hand and then cuddle him a little bit. He's under a blanket and I'm on top of the blanket, but I am extremely uncomfortable and he can tell. This is when it comes out. The platonic relationship thing. I thought it was a fancy way of saying we're friends and I don't have romantic feelings for you anymore. What he actually meant was a romantic relationship. That is platonic, with no sex. I was horrified. He's upset. He throws off his blanket, revealing the fact that he's naked, and kicks me out of his room. At this point, I'm mad and extremely uncomfortable. He talked me into cuddling him when he was naked, and the platonic relationship thing. Terrible. David doesn't want to go to the formal anymore. I just kind of hang out. I didn't have a car and I didn't want to worry my family. I was really freaked out and not thinking clearly. About 8 p.m., David changes his mind and suddenly we're off to formal. At this point, I'm just determined to have whatever good time I can, so I go back to trying to keep the peace. I told myself I just need to make it through the weekend. In the back of my mind, I was worried if I tried to bail, David would cancel my flight home. On the drive to formal, we are chatting and things are okay. We are singing and laughing and talking. I make a comment about how I forget to eat sometimes, and I don't tell anyone because I don't want to worry them. And he slaps me. David freaking backhands me across the face. Hard. The kind of slap that makes your eyes water and your head spin. And I just go off on him. I don't remember what I said, but it was ugly. He cried. The rest of the drive is pretty quiet. When we reach our cabin, he tells me not to talk to him, goes right out to the back porch and screams at the top of his lungs. Just screams and screams. Then he goes to bed and that's that. I find friends. We have a really lovely night. I tell folks about what a terrible time I've had so far, and of course they offer booze, and we party. I comfort the crying drunks. I shepherd the very, very drunk man trying to get in the tub away from a potential drowning hazard. Much fun is had and I eventually pass out on the couch. I wake up early and see a text from late last night. It's David and it says he's leaving. At this point I don't have a ride and my family lives 4 hours away. What the heck do? I text my mom and she hops in the car immediately to get me. I hang out, lament my hangover with everyone else, and explain why I'm leaving. And who shows up? Of course David. He drove home, changed his mind, and drove back. David asks me what I'm doing and I tell him I'm leaving. My mom is about 40 minutes away. Want to guess what happens? He is furious. It gets really awkward because everyone witnesses him raging. After a bit of shouting, he storms out and everyone sort of turns to me and says, I see why you're leaving. My mom shows up not long after and whisks me away. I get an extra day or so with my family. While I'm in the airport and on the plane home, I compose a very long text and send it to David. In it, I explain why his behavior was unacceptable and why I'll be cutting ties with him. That was it. I blocked his number and I blocked him on social media. Since then, I have never heard from him, and no one has told me how he's doing. At first, I felt intensely guilty about it, but I felt I needed to do it for my own sake, and for his even. His feelings toward me seemed hugely unhealthy, and while I couldn't be there for him anymore, I really hope he's doing better. Sometimes I still worry how he's doing. But nevertheless, David, let's not meet again. This happened 20-some years ago, but it's still really vivid in my mind. I, 40 female, was working alone in a sort of seedy area in my hometown, at a 24-hour adult video/toy store. I, more often than not, ended up working the overnight shift, which wasn't usually too bad. Occasionally, we got drunk dudes from the bar next door, but mostly, the customers were pretty respectful. A guy came in after midnight. I was never sure of his age. He seemed like the sort of guy who was 50 but also possibly 25 or somewhere in between that. He had the same haircut as Johnny Depp in that awful Wonka movie, and he talked in this very weird falsetto Michael Jackson voice. It actually made my skin crawl. He asked me to call him a cab and I did. I nervously told him he could wait in front of the store for it and probably made up something about paying customers only inside the store, but he ignored me. Slowly making his way further into the store and making conversation. I just kept thinking this guy was definitely on something and he was definitely going to skin me and wear me like a people suit. He was standing right next to the phone on the counter, sort of leaning against it. I kept telling him his taxi would be there any minute and he ignored me, still asking me questions. I just remember him asking, Do you have any pussycats? No. Well, I was led to believe that you did have some in here. If I had a dildo to brandish as a weapon within reach or some spray lube to use as a makeshift pepper spray at that point, I would have used it. Thankfully, this dude who decided to rent porn after midnight came in. I immediately greeted him and said, "Oh, I need to talk to you about your special order." When he came over to the counter to ask what I meant, I just whispered, "Please stay," and sort of jerked my head towards the creepy guy who was just smiling at us. Thankfully, he went along with the ruse, and the creep went out to his taxi. The customer asked if I was okay, and I said I was, so he went to browse. No joke, I can still hear that dude's voice when I think about this. Back in December of 2012, I received a notice from the manager of the grocery outlet I worked at that we were getting a new member of our overnight crew, scheduled to be in the following night. The crew, who consisted of me and several others, all worked together for quite some time, and we all grew into good friends. So the next night, it's me and 2 others on schedule when the new guy comes in. I already knew his name to be Cole, so I immediately went up to introduce myself and all that stuff, before showing him around and telling him exactly what to expect on any given night. Surprisingly, he seemed to be a quick learner. Not that this stuff is complicated, but it can be a bit tricky at first, but never asked any questions or made comments, almost acting as if he either knew what he was being told or that he wasn't interested. Being the supervisor, I was pretty much the authority, but I never used it. Everybody was used to a loud atmosphere as we would play music and yell a lot. It helped keep us awake and somewhat energized. As I tried to break him in, if you will, Cole didn't seem interested, preferring to work alone and not take part in our antics. As time went on, his work began to falter. Soon, he began to slow down and disappear to the back of the store for a while to do whatever, then return an hour or so later, but I always figured he was being productive and left him alone. What did surprise me though was when Cole used a box cutter. He wouldn't cut off the tape, but instead he would stab the boxes and rip them open. I told him to be careful, but he merely gave me a shrug each time. One day the manager called me and asked me to talk about how Cole's been doing at night. I told him about how he became slower with work and seemed much less interested, seemingly doing the bare minimum to get by. He suggested that I should talk to him and I agreed. 3 nights later, it's just Brad and me on the schedule. After doing the usual stuff for a while, it was finally break time. We decided to walk over to the gas station and convenience store nearby and buy some stuff for our lunch break. As we got back, I noticed that the entrance door was left open. That's not good. Must have forgotten to close it. But Brad said that he did. That's odd. We head inside and continue working until lunch break. We were sitting in the break room eating and chatting when we both simultaneously heard something that sounded like one of the freights moving. It happened again shortly thereafter, so I got up to check it out while Brad stayed inside the break room. I got out to the sales floor and noticed that one of the freights had moved a few feet away from where I left it originally. Also, some merchandise had fallen off and was lying on the ground. I began to put the stuff back on the freight when I heard Brad yell my name. Completely used to yelling, I casually walked back towards the exit break room to meet up with Brad. He pointed towards the emergency exit and said that somebody had just walked out, but the alarm didn't go off. I jogged up to it and peered outside and saw nothing. At first I thought this was a joke. I laughed it off and told him to stop messing with me, but he insisted. I went out of the emergency door and walked around the store, but saw no one. I came back in through the front entrance and met up with Brad once again near the break room. What did scare me though was when Brad and I walked up to the emergency exit, Brad suddenly turned around and saw somebody walking. He nudged me and I had just turned around to barely see the person walk towards the freezer and around the corner, which was all the way to the opposite end of the back of the store. I ran to catch up with whoever it was, but didn't see anyone when I turned the corner. The freezer was locked, so whoever it was couldn't have gotten inside unless they had a key, but only I have the key. Brad came up to me and asked if I believed him now. I said I did. Who could be in the store and how did they get in though? I then thought of the left open entrance from earlier and the fact that the emergency exit door alarms were disabled. It must be somebody who either works here and or is aware of our movements and the alarm system. We headed back to the sales floor to investigate some more. Nothing was knocked off the shelves, nor was the freight moved this time. I walked up near the front entrance and peered out a window towards the parking lot but saw no one. But then as I turned towards the front entrance, I saw somebody walking from the parking lot to the back side of the store. This time I recognized the person. It was Cole. What the heck? He's not supposed to be working. I yelled out to Brad, who came up to me as I told him that Cole's outside and he's heading towards the back side of the store. He nods and runs off while I follow. We waited by the emergency exits for about 5 minutes, but Cole never entered. I yelled out to Brad to head to the sales floor while I stayed back there. I could hear him run off as I stayed by the emergency exit. Out of nowhere, I turned around suddenly and saw Cole standing about 20 feet from me with a box cutter in his hand. I watched on as he glared at me. How the heck did he end up behind me? I asked him what he was doing there and told him that this wasn't funny. He didn't seem to pick up on that though. Finally, when he did move, it was to position the box cutter in an upwards cutting position, like he was going to stab my chest or something. But he eventually lowered it down and spoke to me. Tell the manager I quit. Cole then turned, put the box cutter in his pocket, and walked towards the opposite end once again, towards the freezer and turned the corner, disappearing. I stood there in shock for about a minute when Brad came running back to me. He asked if I saw Cole and I told him I did, heading off toward the freezer now. Brad asked what we should do. I told him what happened, but we insisted we just let it go for now. I waited until the manager arrived a couple of hours later and told him that Cole had told me he had quit but didn't go into any detail. I decided not to tell the manager about what had happened, nor any other coworkers for that matter. I didn't want to escalate this any further than it already had. It wasn't until Brad said something that the police became involved, and I then learned after talking with the authorities that Cole has a mental health record, and I should have reported what happened and not kept it a secret, regardless of my reasoning. My mom recently decided to tell me this story. She had refused to tell me anything before, except that she had been stalked while she was pregnant with me. Asking her to explain always made her uncomfortable, so I stopped. We were eating lunch when out of nowhere she said, "I'll tell you now," and I knew immediately what she meant. So here it goes. She had been living in Blue Springs, Missouri, at the time and was about 28 weeks pregnant with me. My dad and she had not yet been married. He was in the Marines, so he wasn't around that much. She worked at an engineering company and she usually stayed in the office for lunch, leaving her alone. The area the office was located in had multiple buildings and was patrolled by a single police officer. He stopped by Mom's office more times than would be considered patrolling. He came in and said, "Hi," and chatted with her for a bit while she ate lunch. Then he left, leaving a letter behind. The letter was a bit creepy, but not on the lines of, "I should tell someone." It basically said things like, "Oh, you are very hot," or "I want to date you," and it was just kind of like a love note. My mom blew it off and decided to ignore it as a way of saying, "I'm not interested." A couple of weeks passed and his visits got more frequent and more creepy. He started to bring her lunch and small gifts, perfume and candy. She thought it was very creepy considering that she was now verbally telling him she was not interested. Then the second letter came. He walked in with 2 milkshakes. He set the vanilla one in front of her and kept the chocolate one. She set it beside her as he talked to her and didn't drink it. He then began trying to get her to drink it in almost a bizarre way. He gave up and left, leaving another letter with him. My mom thought this one was very bizarre. It said things like, "I want to rub your belly," and "I want to bang you before you push that baby out." And then my mom was truly concerned. A couple of days later, before my mom had the chance to confront him, There was another letter on the desk. She opened it, and it was by far the most disturbing. The things it said were not only disgusting but insane. A few of the bizarre things it said were, "I will come into your office, lock the door behind me, and push you to the ground, and assault you, and I will cut that baby out of your stomach, and you don't want to know next." Things so graphic that my mom almost puked. And now my mom decided to get help. She called the police, and they put him on a restraining order. She told them not to tell my dad, but they did. He came home as fast as he could and sat in her office for days on end with a loaded gun, waiting for him. When the court meeting was scheduled, they thought she would not show up, but she did. And he pleaded guilty and was put in jail for a year. I was born shortly after that, and we moved to another area of Missouri. My mom is still shaken by these events. She hasn't heard of them since, and she is glad. It's scary to think that such a sick person could be married with children today. Growing up as a child, I lived on a street full of young, excitable, and rowdy kids. We would all play out until the early evening during the summer holidays, and all of our parents knew each other and got along. I remember one day at school, 2 new boys, twins, started and were introduced as living nearby, actually on my street, and we were all encouraged to make them feel welcome. I remember being terrified of them immediately. They looked incredibly gaunt, with tired sunken eyes and cold, dull-looking skin, and neither could be told from the other. Throughout school, both boys were glued to each other and often refrained from any interaction with other kids. Despite some of our best efforts, they would just stare at the floor and avoid all human interaction, and eventually me and the rest of the gang forgot they existed. That was until one summer evening while playing out. They appeared in the street and stood in the middle of the road staring at the floor. Out of nowhere, one of them launched a rock at one of the gang. It hit him in the back of the head, leaving a bruise. One of the more confident boys approached them and asked what the deal was. They both looked up at the same time, said something to him, and walked away. During this, I remember looking in the direction of their house and seeing a male figure leering out of the window. Upon seeing me looking, he swiftly drew the curtains closed. It was still broad daylight. Here, I started to recognize that this family was weird AF. The boy from our gang never told us what the twins said, just asked us to quit asking. They never played. They just lingered in the street watching for all of us. They would glare and never interact. I remember seeing one of them kick a live cat across the street while the other chased it away when it finally landed. This went on for some years, and eventually some kids moved away, leaving just me and one other boy from the original gang. We were around 13 or 14 then, and would venture further than our street to play out. One night, the other boy and I were playing football when the twins approached us and kicked the ball so hard, it flew miles into the woods we were near. The boy I was with began to complain, but before he could finish, one twin launched an uppercut to his face, lifting him off of his feet and rendering him unconscious. I froze and shortly after began to scream. The twins walked slowly past me and one pushed me hard to the floor. The other made a kicking motion towards my head, to which I ducked and they walked off, in sync of course. I rang for an ambulance, and after being checked by paramedics, we were returned home to our aggravated and concerned parents. Later that evening, the twins' father appeared on our doorstep, hysterically accusing me and my friend of bullying and provoking the twins into the assault, threatening my parents that we would regret provoking them. We stopped playing out as we were both terrified of the twins. They were constantly in fights at school, but not scuffles. Actual violent assaults, causing many victims to need hospital treatment, until eventually they were suspended for good. They moved from our street and I hadn't heard of them for years. Fast forward about 10 years, an old school friend and I are catching up, and they tell me how they found out the twins were beaten and neglected by their father growing up, forced to train in jiu-jitsu almost every day, and lived a very regimented life. There were also claims of other kinds of abuse, but I'm not certain how much weight all of that holds. Part of me feels sorry for them, but the other part wonders what horrific crimes they will go on to commit in adult life. And then another part of me wonders if they would ever try to target me and the gang and come back for us in adult life, even though we did nothing wrong. I worked in a residential care facility and for a number of years worked with a woman named Kay. She was generally okay to work with, but she could be intense. The sort of joking flirtation that often finds its way into high-pressure environments was common throughout the whole team, but when she directed it at me, it didn't seem like a joke. It took me forever to realize that because I usually don't notice somebody flirting with me until someone else points it out 6 months later. But when she started trying to give me jewelry and chocolate, I finally got a clue. In between things being normal and actually maybe really not normal, there was long escalation of text messages, comments that made me feel weird, personal space violations, dropping me off by my house uninvited, hanging around on my shift hours after hers had finished, unwanted touching. As mentioned, I can be slow to catch on. Once I realized what was happening, I put as much distance between us as possible, stopped answering calls and texts, locked down social media, spoke to other colleagues, and had them running interference. A lot of interference, actually. At the time, it kind of became a joke, but looking back, it was all kinds of messed up. She even parked outside my house sometimes, and I would sit in the back room with the light off, so she would think I wasn't home. Honestly, 2018 me is looking back at 2016 me, throwing popcorn and screaming, "Do something, you stupid cow." But hey, 2016 me was alarmingly chill. After a couple of months of my disappearing woman act, she seemed to get the hint and backed off. I was pleased. We all got on with our lives and lived happily ever after. A few months after it died down, I heard through the grapevine that Kay seemed to have focused her attentions on another coworker named Linda. Linda and I had a close mutual friend but didn't know each other very well. I didn't think much of it beyond good luck. A few months later again, and I get a call out of the blue from the mutual friend Linda, and I share. Without preamble, he asked, "Were you dating Kay?" No. I was shocked. He had been privy to all the awkward details of my experience with Kay and had helped run interference. He explained that he had been talking to Linda and said she asked about my relationship with Kay. The story that followed still sounds too fantastical to have actually happened in an actual sensible grown-up workplace. Kay had been catfishing her own best friend Amanda, posing as Linda. In a string of emails, Linda and Amanda had discussed Kay's drug problem, her abusive and dangerous ex. None other than yours truly. Linda coming out to her family after her brother caught her in bed with Kay, and more. The jig was up when Linda got a second job, coincidentally with Amanda's husband, who mentioned how great it is to finally meet Kay's girlfriend, which puzzled poor straight and single Linda. Some highlights of the stories Kay had been telling to Linda. Her friends and other coworkers I wasn't close to. She picked her audience very carefully. That Linda and I had physically fought at work over Kay. That 2 male coworkers, Kay and I, had an orgy in the staff office on a night shift. That Kay and I had broken up after I cheated on her with another male coworker. Not one of the orgy ones. I was really getting around apparently. That I would drug her against her will. That we had planned to have children using a sperm donor, but that I'd had a miscarriage. This woman has been living a full-on soap opera and using her coworkers and friends as set pieces. Linda and I reported her to management and she was immediately suspended, pending investigation. She quit 2 days later. Unfortunately, HR decided they need to continue their investigation of the allegation that I had an orgy at work, because that was totally plausible and not at all made up by a crazy woman apparently. I left that job a month later myself, and when I interviewed for my current job, she had interviewed half an hour before me, and they were looking to hire 2 people. She didn't get the job, but there have been 2 other openings since, and she applied for both of them. I'm terrified of meeting her again. It turned out she has a history of inpatient psych treatment for delusional behavior and was known to be obsessive about people she took a liking to. According to someone, her current girlfriend, real, not real, me, who knows, has a similar first name to me and shares more than a few physical similarities. She still knows where I live. I still have some of the catfish emails if anyone wants to read the craziness for themselves. I'm a woman in my late 20s, and I grew up in Texas, a small town about an hour north of Houston called Montgomery. This happened a few years ago when I attended college at Sam Houston State, which is roughly an hour north of Montgomery in Huntsville, home of Texas Death Row. The most direct way to get from where I lived to campus was to take I-45, a highway that runs from Houston to Dallas. Normally driving to campus in the morning was uneventful. Alongside I-45 are a few rest stops for 18-wheelers, and occasionally there would be a few of those, but it was primarily just mild everyday traffic. One morning though, my first class was canceled and I was headed in later than usual. The highway was unusually empty at that time, before the lunch rush and after the morning rush. At one point nearing the Huntsville city line, there were only 2 cars within sight. My small Ford Mustang and a big gold pickup truck with antlers mounted across the top of the back window. We were each in a different lane and just motoring along. Suddenly this guy, who had been in the right-hand lane, swerves directly in front of me. Instinctively, I swerve into the right-hand lane, which probably would have been a really stupid move if I'd been thinking about the possibility of he's swerving to avoid something. I shrug it off, but note that the driver is wearing a big light-colored cowboy hat. I mean, that's not unusual, this is Texas. Then he swerves in front of me, and again, I swerve back to the left lane. I'm thinking this guy is either the world's biggest jerk or that he's on something and I should get out of there, but before I can act on this instinct, he swerves back to the left-hand lane, opens his driver's side window, and pours a styrofoam cup of a clear sticky liquid out of it that splashes all over my windshield and then slams on his brakes. I should also say that I was pretty much unable to see anything other than his brake lights at this point, because the liquid totally obscured my view. I slam on my brakes, hit my wipers, swerve into the right-hand lane, and floor it until my exit. At this point I'm nearing campus and I'm thinking I'll be okay, that it was probably just some jerk trying to get insurance money from a crash. I parked at the parking garage at the very back of campus and specifically took alternate routes to get there from the streets I normally take. I parked and then realized I had the parking pass with my school logo on my front windshield. He could have made a guess as to where I was going. I collected myself, shook it off, and got out of the car and exited the garage. I probably walked to the common area faster than I normally would have, but once I was around people I felt like everything was okay. I walked to the history building, which is at the opposite side of campus and directly next to a street. Across the street were, maybe still are, parking spaces for students. It was a rather crowded campus that day, and the history building has brick columns in front, but as I'm approaching, I see a gold truck creep by unusually slow on that street. I duck behind a column and sure enough, there are the antlers across the back window and the driver is wearing a cowboy hat. I wait for it to pass and duck into the building, and a friend of mine notices that I seem rattled. I explain the story to him, and he pokes his head out front and says nothing's there, but he can tell I'm a mess. After class, he walked me back to my car and I drove home, a bit rattled but with no significant issues. I wish I'd had the presence of mind to get a license plate number or even make of the truck, but the entire incident on the road took less than 3 minutes from the first swerve to my flooring it, judging by the length of the song I had playing at the time. I've never seen the truck again, but I've also never been back since I graduated. I was a 12 or 13-year-old girl at the time living with my mom. We lived in an apartment complex in a suburban town. Our apartment was on the ground floor, but the basement was partially underground, so there were 2 meters up to my window. It was my bedtime and I went to my room to change. My room partially faced the common playground, and we lived in a nice neighborhood with not much night activity, so I rarely closed the curtains before I went to bed. I remember seeing a jogger running out on the street. Nothing strange about that. I noticed he was wearing all black clothes and a black hat, looking like the robber from The Sims. I found that funny and laughed a little bit, especially because the weather was warm. The next night at the same time, my mom is strict about bedtime, even on weekends. I saw the jogger again. Same outfit, same hat. Again, I smiled to myself as I closed the curtains, wearing my Snoopy pajamas. On the third night, a bus passed in the opposite direction the jogger was running, so I saw his face. He was looking right at me, and we locked eyes for a second. I waved before I closed the blinds. I guess the awkwardness made me feel like I had to act in some sort of way. He waved back and stopped, but I didn't see more than that because of my curtain. The next day, we went to a family party and came home late. My mom went with me to my room, tucked me in, and closed my blinds. After she left, I heard something by my window, like a bird trying to come in. I lifted my head and looked over. The curtain was definitely moving. I waited a few more minutes, but the sound had stopped. I got up without turning on any lights and checked out the windowsill. There was a piece of folded paper, a note. It said something like, "Hi, I'm deaf, so that's why I'm writing, and I think you are beautiful. Can we be friends? I see you in your room when I'm out running, but you weren't home today. Hope I can see you tomorrow." I thought it was strange. I was a skinny girl and hadn't started to develop yet. Even though I was tall, I looked way younger than I was. And he was a grown man. I would estimate him to be plus or minus 35 years at the time. The next night when he came back, he went straight to my window and waved to me. I had written a note for him as he was deaf, and I stuck it out my window for him. "Hi, I don't think we should be friends because you are so much older than me, but have a nice jog. Also, sorry to hear that you're deaf." He pulled out a pen and a piece of paper and signed for me to wait a bit. Why won't you be friends just because I'm older? Age is nothing but a number. Maybe you want to come to my place and have dinner sometime. We can just talk and get to know each other. He gave me the paper and the pen, and I responded, "I don't think it's a good idea. Sorry, besides we would have nothing to talk about." The pen and paper went back out the window and he started to scribble again. "How old are you then? I bet I've had girlfriends younger than you. And we would have many things to talk about as I am young in spirit." I got the chills when I read that, and I gave him back the paper while shaking my head no. Then I closed my window, locked it, and closed my curtain. I got back in bed and tried to sleep. Half an hour went by, then I heard the phone ring. We had a landline back then. 2 minutes later, my mom came into my room, rolled up my curtain, and looked out my window. I lifted my head and asked her what she was looking for. A neighbor just called. She said that there was a man with a phone looking like he was trying to record something through the window, but I don't see anything. I was so embarrassed for engaging in a conversation, I didn't tell her anything. But the next night he was back. This time he tried to call for me, his nasal voice trying to imitate words he had never heard. It gave me goosebumps, but I had to respond so my mom wouldn't find out. He signed for me to open my window, and I did, but just a bit, and I kept the security stopper on so it could only open a few inches. He handed me a note and a disc. The disc was sign language for beginners, and the note said, "So we'll have a lot to talk about." I lifted my eyes from the note and looked for him, but he had left. The night after, he was back calling for me. I went to the window and he waved. I quickly opened it and gave him an envelope with a disc and a new note that said, "I can't accept this, I don't want to be your friend or girlfriend, and I'm not allowed to have boyfriends at all, and love my mom way too much to disappoint her." Then I closed the window and curtains and went to bed. He was still out there calling for me, louder and louder. In the end, it was mostly just noises that came from him. Nasal noises, angry and sad. 2 days after I was home alone, I was dancing around the house making a bowl of popcorn and getting ready to watch a movie in the living room when the doorbell rang. I had lots of relatives living nearby who came around during the day, so I just went to open the door. But there he was. He had a box of chocolate and a note. He looked even older in daylight and had a scar on his upper lip, making his mouth look weird. He tried to say sorry, but it took me a few tries to understand it. He gave me the note and the chocolate, and waited for me to read it. "I'm so sorry of my way of reacting. It will never happen again. Let's just be friends." I placed the note on the box and shoved it at him while I yelled at him to get out and never come back. I know he was deaf, but I thought he would understand the situation anyways. I took a phone, cordless, and dialed the police, showing him the display and pointing to the door and yelling, "Get out." Luckily, he never came back. 4 years later, at my first job, I heard from some of my female colleagues that he was a thing in our area. He tried to get every single girl under 15 he saw. One tried to call the police on him, but they came back and told her he had misunderstood the situation, being deaf and mentally handicapped. This happened around 3 years ago. I was living with a roomie and going to school when I was around 22. I'm a female. It was a weekday evening and my roommate had informed me that she was going out clubbing and staying over at another friend's house. She had invited me, but I didn't really feel like going. Instead, I made plans to sit on my butt, watch junk TV, and work on homework. Around 10 p.m. I went to the gas station to get some candy and energy drinks. I remember that day pretty well because I had gotten out of classes pretty early and had just gotten my hair done, and I was feeling pretty confident and cute. I went into the gas station and there were 3 dudes, probably in their 20s, just lurking around. They looked like your average frat boys, and I remember that one had shaggy blonde hair and was covered in tattoos. I noticed one of them nudged the other and nodded my direction as I picked out my snacks, but I didn't pay much mind. They paid before I did and left. After I got my stuff, I walked out to the parking lot and saw them sitting in a beat-up, crappy car, and all 3 of them seemed to be staring at me. I hopped in my car and headed back to my house, which was only a few minutes from the gas station, and they started their car and followed. I didn't think much of it, figuring they were probably just heading the same direction as I was. However, I lived pretty deep in a subdivision with a lot of turns, and after a minute of pulling in and making several turns, I noticed they seemed to be following me. I got nervous since I knew I was home alone, so I kept driving past my house, pulled out of the neighborhood and back onto the main road, and they were still following. I just drove for a while and they sped up and really started getting close. Then they started flashing their lights and actually pulled up next to me and rolled their window down. Part of me that has hope in humanity thought, what the heck, do I have a low tire or something? But when I looked over and saw them leering at me, I knew it wasn't anything like that, and I immediately began to panic. We were on a more deserted stretch of road now, and they were swerving almost like they were going to bang into my car, but I just sped up. All I could think was, should I drive to the police station? It's like 15 minutes away from here, and there are a ton of stoplights on the way. What if I have to stop and they block my car? Fortunately, by this point, I was getting somewhat close to my sister's house. She lives pretty close to me, about 15 minutes away, but in the opposite direction of the police station. My hands were shaking and I was trying to navigate the road with these weirdos speeding up and slowing down and trying to nudge me off the road, but picked up my phone and dialed my sister. She answered on the 4th ring, without preamble. I immediately asked her if Josh, her husband, was home. She sounded confused but said yes, and Josh is in the military, by the way. I knew he owned guns, and he's a good guy, even though we didn't really talk much, and I never really felt particularly close to him or anything. Well, tell him to get his gun and come out to the driveway, please. By this point, I was near tears. I dropped the phone and one of those dudes threw something, I think a plastic Coke bottle, at my driver's side window when they sped up near me. I finally saw my sister's house and pulled into her driveway. The entire house was dark, no porch light or anything. I was screwed. I misheard her. They weren't even home, and there aren't any neighbors that would be close enough to run to. The guys pulled up behind me, so I couldn't back out the driveway, and they all jumped out. They all started walking up to my car, and one of them even reached for the handle and yanked on it. By this point, I was fumbling for my phone again. Crap. Do I have a weapon in here? Should I grab my phone and try to run? Should I back over these jerks or just stay locked in the car? In the split second that I looked up, 2 things happened. First, I made eye contact with the shaggy-haired blonde dude, who was the one yanking on my door. He didn't look angry or drunk or anything. His eyes seemed dead and predatory. While I was frozen in terror, he looked cold, like he had done this kind of thing before. The other guys were trying my other doors, but I couldn't break eye contact with the blonde one who was inches from my face and only separated by a glass window. Second, I finally saw a shape move behind him in the darkness, and I heard a loud bang. All the guys stopped and looked, and my hero, my brother-in-law, stepped out of the shadows, creeping up from behind the house. He pointed his gun at them and told them to get the heck out of there. They ran back to their car and sped off, screaming profanities at Josh and me. When they left, my sister ran outside and brought me in. The driveway scene sounds in writing like it took a long time, but it was only a few minutes. Because of that and because of how dark it was, we didn't get the guy's plate number. We called the police and they came out to get our statements. They said they would have someone patrol the area to keep an eye out for any cars that were the same make, model, color, but that it would be hard to catch the dudes without the license plate number. Fortunately, nothing ever came of it. They never caught those jerks. I can only wonder what they wanted with me, what they were planning for me, or what would have happened if Josh hadn't been there. This didn't happen to me, however I did witness the incident and it creeps me out to this day. Back in junior high school, there was a popular kid named Ryan that used to bully me and tons of other people in our school. Ryan was the type of kid that thought he was the best in the world because he was the captain of the football team. The kid that bullied nerds and cheated on his girlfriends. You know the type. Ryan's father ran an automotive parts store. His specialty was paint jobs and window tint. He had many vehicles, but his favorite was a dark blue truck with orange and yellow flames on the front. It also had tinted windows and spinning hubcaps on the wheels. Ryan's father often wore the same team jersey as his son's team jersey, a red and white hat and blue jeans. As you continue listening, you will soon discover why the details of this particular truck, as well as its owner, are very important. One day on my way to my next class, I fell down the stairs and sprained my ankle. I ended up limping to the nurse's office and calling my dad to come pick me up. After that, I sat in the waiting area looking out for my dad's car. About 5 minutes after I left the nurse's office, Ryan walked into the waiting area and sat down. Bored out of his mind, Ryan decided to talk to me while we were waiting for our dads to pick us up. I guess he felt safe talking to a nerd since his friends weren't around. So I begrudgingly decided to be polite with him and made small talk. About 5 or so minutes later, Ryan looked out the glass doors and saw his father's truck pulling into the entrance of the school. Ryan said, "See you later, man," picked up his backpack and headed towards the glass doors. He was about to push the door open when he suddenly stopped and paused. When I asked him what was wrong, he explained to me that his father usually picked him up later, and that he usually parked his truck right next to the glass doors. Instead, Ryan's dad was 20 minutes early. The truck was next to the flagpoles, which were much further away, and that the hubcaps appeared to be different and didn't even spin. After a few minutes of this, Ryan's cell phone then went off. He at this point simply assumed that it was his dad calling and didn't pick it up, so he walked out the door and headed towards the truck. I decided to take a nap while I waited for my own dad to pick me up. Suddenly, I heard what sounded like an older man yelling and Ryan screaming. I looked out the window to see Ryan flailing his arms and an older man trying to pull him into the truck. Because of my ankle, I couldn't run to Ryan's aid, so I shouted to the nurse as well as to some other staff members to get help. One of the nurses immediately called the police. A couple of secretaries ran towards the truck to help Ryan. Upon seeing the secretaries running towards him, the creep shoved Ryan away and climbed further into his truck. The guy then sped off and disappeared into the intersection that led into a nearby highway. Ryan at this point was crying in pain, mainly because the guy had pepper sprayed him. The secretaries helped pull Ryan to his feet and guided him to the nurse's office. About a few minutes later, the police, along with Ryan's real father, arrived. The police, as well as an ambulance, tended to Ryan while a couple of police officers interviewed me and the other witnesses. Because I was the only student that witnessed this, the police, as well as Ryan's dad, asked me to stay in touch and hang out with Ryan. just so that he could have a shoulder to lean on and recover emotionally. So I swallowed my pride and gave Ryan my phone number. From that day forward, Ryan was a completely different person. The same person who used to body slam me into lockers was now in constant fear and used my body as a shield instead of a punching bag. There wasn't a day at school where Ryan wasn't around me. He was especially clingy and paranoid when it came to having his dad pick him up. I would have to hold his hand and stay there with him until his dad came around. It even got to the point that Ryan would call me every night to vent his fears as well as update me on what the police would find. And many of the details about this were very, very creepy. For instance, the creep, whoever he was, not only knew where Ryan went to school and where he got picked up, he even knew which vehicle Ryan's dad drove whenever he picked up his son from school. So he decided to imitate everything about Ryan's father. That's right, the creep actually went through the trouble of painting his own truck the same colors as the father's, just to fool and lure Ryan. He even dressed up like Ryan's dad. He even said to me that the disguise was so convincing that it wasn't until he looked the creep in the eye that he realized that he wasn't his father. Yet things got even creepier the more Ryan told me and the more the police department found. As it turns out, the creep also knew Ryan's cell phone number but wasn't the one who called him. He told me that the police said that the mysterious number belonged to a payphone at a nearby gas station. So the creep in the truck couldn't have possibly called Ryan. Meaning that not one but two people may have been involved in this. Despite having video surveillance, a license plate, and a description of the driver, the police never found the guy or his gas station buddy, even when the creep continued to terrorize Ryan and his dad. About 3 months after the truck incident, Ryan called me in the middle of the night, this time in hysterics. Someone had thrown several Molotov cocktails at Ryan's house. A couple of them hit and shattered a window and set a part of his house on fire. About a month after that, somebody, most likely the same creep, set fire to his father's business. Ryan and his dad moved out of the area not long after. The creep also disappeared, leaving everyone else to wonder just who he was. Was that person a disgruntled parent or relative of a student that Ryan bullied? Was he the enraged parent or relative of one of Ryan's many ex-girlfriends? Was he a parent of a rival team member? Was he a dissatisfied customer of Ryan's father? Or was he just a random creep that liked to terrorize teenage boys? The possibilities as to who this guy was and why he, as well as his accomplice, would target Ryan were endless. With Ryan gone now, I quickly found myself getting very frightened over the possibility of the same creep going after me. For a long time, I was super paranoid about the creep going after me, and subjecting me to even worse terror than Ryan had experienced. From that day forward, I refused to be picked up from school no matter how sick or hurt I was, all because I feared that some creep was going to do the same thing to me. Even to this day, the whole incident sends shivers down my spine. Okay, so I'm not even sure if this is where to post this, but I will give it a go. I'm a 27-year-old male. This happened when I was in 5th grade, so I was about 11. The whole idea of creeps and people being abducted wasn't a huge publicized deal back then. Well, at least not as much as it is now. But we lived above a bar that was very busy every night. Most of the people were nice, and sometimes they would buy us a can of pop or something. But nothing weird or dangerous ever went on that I'm aware of. We lived on a busy street though, so we weren't really allowed to leave the block unless we went over to my elementary school across the street. Side street, not the busy one. So most of the time we were stuck out in the backyard. So I'm 11, my brother Josh is 9, and my cousin Crystal is 11 as well. We were trying to play hide and seek, but it was limited. We were sort of used to the bar customers coming out the back door and going to their car, or vice versa. Nobody ever said more than hi though, and they left us alone. Well, one chick, who was probably in her 40s, comes up and asks us what we were doing. We tell her that we were playing hide and seek and it was my brother's turn. Well, my brother was very small for his age due to lead paint. So he looked like he was 5 or 6, so she comes over, picks him up, and puts him in an empty trash can. This was one of those with the lid and the locking handles. We were freaking out trying to get him out and ended up having to knock the trash can over since neither of us was tall enough to lift him out. We run up the back stairs screaming for my mom and tell her what happened. Well, my neighbor's daughter, Carrie, was there. I was madly in love with this girl, or infatuated. Whatever. But I had a crush on this girl for a long time, and here she was with her mom, talking to my mom. She was probably 16 at the time. Anyways, we decided to play in the entry room to the apartment instead. It has the doors to each apartment, and it was basically a large laundry room. A couple hours go by and all of a sudden, this woman shows up again out of nowhere. Apparently, she made a note of us going up the back stairs and remembered it later in her drunken stupor. Josh and Crystal run inside, but when I got up, I twisted my ankle and so this woman grabs me by the arm and tries to pull me out the door. My neighbor comes running out and her daughter grabs my other arm and starts pulling. So I get a drunk chick trying to haul my butt out the back door for no apparent reason and my childhood crush trying to save my life. It was like magic. Carrie pulled my arm, made the woman stumble, and then punched her in the mouth as hard as she could. Next thing I know, I got Carrie with her arms around me trying to comfort me. So it wasn't all bad. But anyways, I still had to go to the doctor because my arm was all messed up. The next week, this chick came by with the police and apparently had a much different story to them and somehow thought that Carrie and I were going to be paying for her hospital bills, but she wouldn't press charges. Well, there was 3 kids, a teenager and 2 adult witnesses that told the cops a different story about a drunk woman trying to abduct a kid. The tone of that conversation changed and I was taken down to the station with my mom and stepdad so I could answer questions. After that, I don't remember anything ever coming of it. When I was about 22, I lived in my small college town that pretty much only consisted of the campus, followed by a strip of bars and apartments mostly occupied by students. I was living off campus, next to the main road, when I went out to my favorite spot with a bunch of friends. I'd been to this bar very frequently, and it was always the same. Rowdy college kids singing along to the music and drinking way too much. So when I saw a middle-aged man in a full suit, he immediately caught my attention. He was a few seats down the bar from where I was, and he was staring at my friends in a way that made me very uncomfortable. He had an expression as if he were staring right through her. Pure creepiness. Call it intuition or whatever you want, but I grabbed my friend and told her that we should go to the back of the bar and get our drinks later. I asked her to stay away from him for the rest of the night because I had a bad feeling about him. Apparently, the other bar goers had taken notice of Mr. Creeps a lot too. And rumors swirled around the bar that he was claiming to be a rich lawyer in town on business. Keep in mind how tiny the town was. There was not much business happening there. I asked a bartender to ask the owner if they could kick him out since many girls were complaining, but she said the owner did not want to upset the rich lawyer. It would apparently be bad for business, as if all your patrons being creeped out isn't bad for business as well. The night went on in normal fashion and I eventually began walking home with a friend of mine. A different friend than before. Around 2 a.m. after the bar closed. The walk to my apartment was about 5 blocks along a busy strip full of bars and pizza restaurants, followed by 2 blocks of a relatively quiet area. It didn't take long for my friend to whisper to me that Creeps a Lot was behind us. Since we were still in the populated area of town, we tried to not pay any mind and assumed he was walking to another bar. But then he started following closer and closer and we were reaching the more secluded part of our walk. Friend and I crossed the street. He followed. We began having fake conversations like, "Oh no, I left my phone. Let's turn back." And he would cross back across the street in the direction we came from and follow. This went on for a few minutes and our pattern of walking made absolutely no sense. Thoroughly convinced at this point that he was stalking us, we went to a nearby pizza shop. Unfortunately, with it being past 2 a.m., they were closed. Creeps a Lot was standing next to us as we faked a phone call. He didn't move. Finally, my friend turned to him and said, "Can we help you with something?" To which he replied very shyly and awkwardly, "I'm just trying to get some pizza." My friend was fed up and scared and said, "Well, it's closed and you are standing way too close to us, so you can go home now." To my surprise, he just stood there staring. A group of guys came out of a nearby bar and we ran up to them pretending to know them. Luckily, they played along or were so drunk that they actually thought they knew us. Creeps a lot watched us from a distance for a good 10 minutes before finally disappearing down a side street. Once we were sure he was gone, we pretty much sprinted back to my apartment. This happened over 3 years ago, and it still freaks me out so much that the hairs on my arms are standing up as I write this. Never heard anything about him again, but I always wonder if after he left us alone, he followed someone else or worse. A few short years ago, I graduated from college and, following the principles of any good millennial, promptly moved back in with my parents. Having been gone for a number of years, my first weeks back were spent reconnecting. Read drinking with old acquaintances from my hometown, in particular my best friend Mason. I come from a decent-sized city in the Midwest, and at the time the region was being subjected to a terrible flood. Small communities in the surrounding counties were particularly hard hit, and evacuees were streaming into local hotels for the past few days. The night before this particular encounter, a surge of rainfall overwhelmed storm drains and flooded an estimated 80% of the basements in town. I elaborate here to emphasize that this flood was the talk of the state. If you weren't personally feeling its effects, you saw about it every time you opened the internet browser or newspaper. You heard about it every time you turned on a TV or radio. It was in this context that Mason and I began drinking in his parents' garage at 10 a.m. on a Tuesday morning. He worked construction periodically and his job site was currently underwater. Celebrating his impromptu day off, we knocked back a few beers before deciding to hike downtown to our favorite bar and watch the noon news broadcast. Upon reaching the front entrance, Mason's phone went off. It was his volatile girlfriend, and when he answered by explaining that he, 1, wasn't at work, and 2, was outside a bar at 11:45 a.m., well, I knew he was going to be a while. I left him to argue with her in private and entered. Taking a seat at the bar, I took note of my fellow patrons. There were a few regulars, mostly old men with their eyes glued to their drinks. A middle-aged man and woman sat silently in a corner booth. A few minutes went by and the woman got up, wordlessly from her booth, walked across the room, and despite nearly 20 empty seats, sat down in the stool next to me, placing her full beer on the bar. At first, she sat facing me, close enough that her knees were digging into my thighs. Then she began to swivel her stool. Because we were so close, she was edging her knees off my thigh in order to turn. Now facing the bar, she stared straight ahead, palms flat on the countertop, having yet to speak a word. The bartender, assuming she wanted another drink, walked over and asked if she needed anything. She said nothing and continued to stare straight ahead into the shelf of liquors stacked along the back wall. Seeing her full beer, the barman shot me an awkward glance and walked away. I mumbled a quick, "How's it going?" and still got no response. By this point, the news had come on the large television above my head, and I half watched it and kept my eye on the woman. She appeared to be in her mid-50s, and her only remarkable feature was the horn-rimmed glasses that she wore, which would have seemed out of date on my grandmother. A minute or two passed, and as I took another swig of my beer, she suddenly came to life, swiveling back to face me. She planted her knees into my thigh again with such force that I jerked to the side. We proceeded to have the following conversation. "Hi," she said, in a curt, exasperated manner that almost sounded annoyed. Hi," I responded, noticing that she was staring directly at my face. "So, are you guys from here in town, or?" "No, nothing like that," she interrupts. "Oh, are you guys here because of the flooding then?" I assume at this point that she and her companion are evacuees. "I don't know about any flooding." I point to the television above us where a reporter is doing a live broadcast from the edge of town. The flood that's been hitting here for the..." I don't know about the flooding. She interrupts again, forcefully and without breaking eye contact with me once, not to even look toward the television. Oh, well, it's pretty bad. My basement actually got... So, what's your name? James? I didn't catch yours. Well, I don't see any woman with you. Excuse me. So, James, are you single? This comment caught me off guard, and I started looking around the bar, trying to avoid her piercing stare. I could see Mason pacing back and forth outside, waving his arms in anger. Yes, As soon as I answered yes, she swiveled her stool back to face the bar, edging through my thighs with her knees. Placing her palms flat on the table, she stared ahead for a short time, then turned towards the man in the booth and gave a quick nod. The man got up and slowly lumbered across the room, taking the booth on the other side of her. As he sat, he pulled his bar stool away from hers, leaving a gap between them. However, when he sat, he placed his arm up around her shoulders. Because his arms were short, he had to lean across the gap to keep his arm propped up. He looked incredibly goofy and uncomfortable. His other hand sat flat on the countertop next to his untouched beer. The whole time neither of them said a word and sat there staring ahead. The man awkwardly slanted to one side. A little taken back by the bluntness of the woman, I finished my beer quickly and got up to leave, and was relieved when Mason joined me a few seconds later. He walked up and began giving a detailed play-by-play of the fight that he had just endured. So she starts in on me saying I never work, and he was interrupted mid-sentence when the woman suddenly swiveled to face me again. Are you two together? She almost shouted this question. I ignored her and began pulling Mason towards the door, whispering that we should go. Excuse me, Mason replied. Are you two together? She enunciated the question slowly, forcefully, and loudly. This is my friend Mason, I explained, continuing to shuffle away from the couple. And we're not gay, if that's what you mean. Mason chimed in, increasingly confused. The woman suddenly jerked her head towards Mason. Well, I don't see any women around you. What? Mason replied. So, Mason, are you single? Sensing an awkward situation, Mason tried to lighten the mood with a joke. Well, I may as well be now after the fight I just had with my girlfriend. She's always telling me... The woman swiveled back to face the bar and stared straight ahead. How about it? She asked the man without looking at him. Will these two do? The man suddenly turned his head to face us for the first time. He gave a quick shrug and a nod and went back to facing the bar. Once again, the two of them went silent. The man still awkwardly slanted to keep his arm across the woman's back. I walked toward the door, but Mason started asking questions. But he got no response. Hey, lady. He tapped her on the shoulder and she shuddered violently. What are you talking about? No response beyond the shudder. Mason mumbled something about how weird they were and followed me to the door. As we were walking out, the woman suddenly swiveled towards us again. Where are you going? She was shouting. We have to go, I said, now lighting a cigarette on the sidewalk. No, don't leave. Stay here. The woman seemed to be struggling for words, but we walked out anyways, talking about how strange the couple was. A few days later, we went back to the bar and talked to the bartender about the couple. He said they had arrived shortly after the bar opened that day, ordered a beer each, and sat in the corner booth. Aside from their order, they hadn't spoken a word until the woman talked to me. After we left, the two went back to the corner booth and sat in silence for about half an hour, until a younger guy came in and sat by himself at the bar. The barman explained that the woman approached the man, said essentially the same thing she had to me, and she wordlessly got up and went back to the booth. An hour after that, one of the regulars, an old man who gets very chatty after a few drinks, approached the couple and tried to make small talk. Without saying a word, they got up and left the bar without ever having taken a sip from their drinks. Last night, my 13-year-old brother JJ and I were walking down to 7-Eleven at midnight. We had gone there earlier but had forgotten to grab gummy bears for our younger brother, so we headed back. It's only 15 minutes away from my house, so we figured it would be safe. JJ wanted to look around for a minute because he couldn't decide what he wanted. It was just the two of us and the cashier in the store. But there was a man smoking a cigarette by the entrance. He was only a little bit taller than me, so probably 5'5", or around that. And he had the cold, dead eyes of a shark. His hair was down to his shoulders. It was matted and very greasy. He stared at me and JJ up and down when we walked in, and it creeped me out a bit, but I decided it wasn't too big a deal. There are a lot of junkies and white trash around my area of town, and they aren't really the nicest people sometimes. We spent about 15 minutes in the store, and the man stared at us the entire time. By this point, my brother had noticed and didn't want to walk back home. I called our dad, but he was asleep, and nobody else with the car would answer, so we went to the checkout and started explaining to the cashier how we felt weird. She said that we can call the police if we want, but there's not really much they can do. JJ and I debated what to do, but the dude ended up getting picked up in this really crappy blue Jeep. The guy driving was really ripped. He looked like he could have easily picked up his Jeep, and he had a Duck Dynasty beard. They sped off, and after waiting nervously for probably 10 minutes, we thought it would be safe to leave. We walked around the opposite side of the store. It made us feel safer. Once we hit the road, he noticed that a Jeep was parked in the restaurant parking lot across the street, and he said he saw people in it. I grabbed my knife out of my purse, made sure JJ was walking as far from the road as he could without going in the ditch, and we started walking home. We weren't walking for that long when the Jeep started following us. I grabbed my brother's hand. He was freaking out and tightened my grip on the knife. I've never had to use it before, and I didn't really want to. The Jeep suddenly floored past us and turned down a side road. It made my brother feel better, but I had a bad feeling it wasn't over yet. I told JJ to get out of his phone and call the police. He refused to. My brother is a good kid, but his stepdad is a real piece of crap, and when my brother was younger, his stepdad's house was raided by the bayonets. And they pointed a gun at his stepdad while he was holding 4-year-old JJ. He also had to call the police multiple times on his stepdad, and on more than a few of them, police dispatch yelled at him for crying too much to be understood. So I told him to pretend like he was on the phone with them. As we were crossing the bridge, we were about 5 minutes away from home. Somebody honked their horn at us. We turned, and it was the Jeep. They flashed their brights on us, and that's when we took off running. JJ jumped over fences, and I followed him. We got to our house and locked all of the doors before going to the window to see if they were going to continue following us. They didn't, thankfully. It was probably just some jerks trying to scare us, but I never want to meet them again. This incident happened in the summer of 2015. I live by myself in a nice house inside a small town. Low crime, but still the occasional shady weirdo. Anyways, at work that day on a smoke break, I watched a dog get thrown from a moving vehicle. 4-lane city traffic during the start of rush hour. I ran out there, scooped his ass up, and booked it back to my workplace. He was not injured, amazingly. As a bleeding heart animal lover, I decided to take him home with me until I could figure out what to do with him. I have a large number of cats and always have. This was my first experience with a dog that I was solely responsible for. This guy was very shy. Head hung low, tail tucked, jumpy, just looking at me like I was about to beat him. I was clueless on the subject of dog personalities and tendencies. I just knew they needed to be taken outside frequently. His first night with me, we had been out about 15 times as I did not want him shitting in my house. I was having my final cigarette of the day on my porch around 10:30 p.m. The dog was on a lead, chilling under my chair as I smoked and poked about on Reddit. I see a man walking on the sidewalk that runs by my house. He kept glancing up at me before passing. Shortly after he passed my house, he stopped, turned on his heel, and approached. "Hey, can you tell me where 302 Church Street is?" he asked. I told him I would search the address on my phone, which of course was taking a minute to pull up. He explained he didn't have a phone of his own and was attempting to get to a friend's house, taking small steps toward me the whole time. Finally, the address I summoned came up. It's exactly 2 blocks north of here, right on the southwest corner of the cross street, I told him. Pointing in the direction, he kept his eyes locked on me, continuing to slowly move closer. Doggo starts growling very softly at this point. I had forgotten he was even there until now. Mind if I take a look at the map? He smiled sheepishly. I'm bad with directions. I rose from my seat, pointing again. It's truly just 2 blocks up this road. Just follow the road. 2 blocks. The house will be on your left. Making it very clear that I wasn't going to just hand him my phone. Well, can I call them? I need to let them know I'm coming, he said, still creeping closer. Extending his hand. No, I curtly replied. How about texting them? Pushing forward still. Dude, no. I started toward my door. Just let me see your phone. He was visibly becoming mad, clearly trying to contain it and getting way too close to my porch. As a last-ditch effort of getting this dude to screw off, I say, you need to get the heck out of my yard. My dog is protective and he will mess you up. Truthfully, I didn't know the first thing about this dog, let alone whether he had the capacity to screw someone up. I just hoped saying so would intimidate the pushy phone dude. Like I had said the magic words, Pupper springs into action. My new wolf creature from the never-ending story. He emerges like a bullet from under the chair, growling, snarling, barking his butt off. He jerks me damn near off the porch trying to get at this dude. He sounded and acted like an 80-pound attack dog, not a 40-pound timid beagle mix. I was afraid. I didn't know if the pup would turn on me. As stated previously at the time, I knew absolutely jack crap about dogs. He backed his hindquarters into my legs, almost nudging me to the door. Still carrying on, eyes locked on his phone. Dude and showing his teeth. Phone dude holds up his hands and backs off, stammers something like, 2 blocks north, yeah? And begins walking that way. I go inside, cut off my lights and peek out the window at him. He glances at my house. Assured I'm inside, turns and begins walking the completely opposite direction I pointed him in. Icing on the cake, he pulls a phone from his pocket and raises it to his ear to make a call. The dog secured his place as a member of my family that night. He is incredibly protective of me and has frightened away another creep since this incident. He is attached at my hip and has made it known that he is grateful to be in a safe, loving home, wherein he will never become a projectile from a moving vehicle. His name is Hank, and I truly believe that night would have ended very poorly for me had he not been there. This happened about 20 years ago. I was living with my parents. Our house was a ranch style with a basement. There was a bedroom in the basement that had windows that were at the ground level. Important information. So everybody was sleeping, and when I woke up, the police were there. Someone had broken one of the ground level windows and tried to get into the house, but obviously couldn't fit through the window. There was a bit of blood, and the window had books stacked in front of it, and some of the books were outside while others were on the floor in the basement. It was really scary, and I'd forgotten about it. And then today my dad mentioned it. I don't know what they were planning. They tried to get in the back door first. There was evidence of them trying to break the lock and smash off the doorknobs. It was terrifying and they never caught them. I wondered at the time if they wanted to hurt us because we lived in a regular middle-class house in a nice neighborhood with similar houses. The houses didn't seem like the type to be burglarized, except there was a McMansion and a huge house across the street. They never came back, but I was afraid to sleep because this was similar but not as bad as when my neighbor tried to break into my window. My mom's theory was that they were going to hurt us, and my dad's theory was that it was a robbery. I think he didn't want us to be scared because today he brought it up because a friend of his was robbed, and he said he didn't think it was a robbery. He just didn't want us scared. sitting here shaking on the verge of a panic attack, so I'll try and write this, but if you find any spelling or grammatical errors, feel free to correct me so I can change it, and bear with me. I'm a country girl. I come from a small town and moved up to a large capital city in Australia to attend university at the start of the year. Being a broke student that isn't getting parental support, I'm renting through my university and what is known as subsidized accommodation. Long story short, it's old units from random housing trust blocks that the local housing trust has given the uni. This means I'm living with some creepy people. The guy downstairs I know for a fact is an ex-con because he told me. And the guy across the hall from me is dealing in some serious drug stuff and has police and detectives knocking on his door at all hours. I've been at this unit for about 9 months, and other than being slightly scared of some of my neighbors, I've not had any problems. Until now. Another guy lived across the hall from me. It's a 2-story unit block with 3 units in the top, one for me, one for the druggie, and one for this other guy. This other guy, who I learned is named Josh, is a large man, who I'd say in his mid to late 20s. I've run into him a few times while leaving and entering my unit, and he introduced himself, so I, being the friendly and naive country kid I am, greeted him back. Other than a few short greetings I've had with this man, the only major time I've had contact with him was when we were both at a bus stop and he started chatting to me. He asked what I was doing, and I said I was heading into the city to attend church. While I'm not religious myself, I have a religious friend who had been begging me to attend church with her once. He said he wanted to come with me one day. I thought he was joking, so I laughed and said, maybe one day. This was about 2 months ago now. I saw him a couple of days ago, and he asked me when I was going to take him to church. Feeling awkward, I said, I don't know, maybe one day, and bolted into my unit. I've been out all weekend, dog sitting for a university friend, and came home to find 2 notes pushed under my door. The handwriting was so bad I could barely read it. I don't know what to do, and I'm terrified right now. I called my friend, half laughing hysterically and half freaking out. I made her stay on the phone while I bolted down to the car, took out my small knife that I used for animal rescues, and ran back inside. I can't ring my mother because she would freak out and drop everything to make the 5-hour drive up to where I live, and she can't do that right now. She's working 5 days a week and looking after my terminally ill grandfather, and any other adults who I ring will straight away contact my mom. My friend urged me to go to the police, but while the letters are creepy, they aren't actually threatening. Would the police even do anything? So yeah, how about it, Reddit? Why don't you join me on this terrifying adventure on how to deal with a creeper? Edit. So I talked to the police last night who said, just tell him to stop next time you see him. If he doesn't, come back. Went to my uni accommodation team who said they could move me out immediately, and I refused because I only have 4 weeks until I'm meant to move anyways. I don't want to move out for 4 weeks and then move again. It seems like a huge pain in the butt. I've booked a meeting for Wednesday morning with an accommodation officer to file an official report. Another edit. I've talked to my accommodation officers and student welfare officers. I've had to apply for SUP exams if I fail the ones coming up. 9th and 13th and 19th. I applied for some rental properties yesterday, so I just have to wait to see what happens with that. Should know by Friday. If not much is happening by then, I'm probably going to move out and live with a friend and her parents until I find a rental. As for the creepy guy, I've avoided him like the plague. But now that I'm actually keeping an eye on things, it is becoming pretty apparent that he is involved in some drug stuff with our other neighbor. And he has had a lot of friends coming and going in all sorts of odd hours the last few days. He likes to peek out of his door once I enter my unit if he's home. I know because I watch him through my peephole. I feel like the creeper now, lol. My nerves are pretty shot, but I'm just going to buckle down and bear it for a few more days. Another update. So it's been a while since I've updated. I moved out of that place a few days ago, and I'm back home living with my mother while searching for other rental places. She still doesn't know about the drama. None of my family does. Things did get a little bit worse before I left, but not to the point that I was chased out. I got it stuck in my stubborn head that I wasn't going through the drama of moving out in the middle of exams. The day after my previous update, the 4th, Josh had a large man with tattoos up the side of his face, exit his apartment and start hammering on my door. I nearly crapped myself, not gonna lie. I crept up to the peephole, not making a sound, to see if he would go away, and he did eventually, and wandered downstairs to bang on some other doors. I know one person answered the door for him, and I'm not sure what was being said. All I heard was the tattooed dude apologizing about something after a brief discussion, and then wandering upstairs to try my door again. Needless to say, I still did not answer, even though I was standing on the other side of the door, hiding from the view of the people. He eventually went back into Josh's apartment. I still don't know what he wanted, but it got worse a few hours later. All of my nerves were shot by this point, and I was listening closely to what was going on at my neighbor's unit. One stage later that night, Josh, another friend, and the tattoo guy walked out of his unit. I heard them talking and overheard that Josh was going to walk his friend outside to say goodbye, and the tattoo dude was going to stay inside. And inside for him meant sitting on the top of the stairs, right outside my door. By this time, I'd crept up to the door, feeling like the stalker now, and noticed that the man was talking to himself. I pulled out my phone, which had very little memory left on it, because I carry all my music on my phone, and recorded some of his talk. From what I can make out, he says something about, "Freaking Saturday, man. You're an idiot. That's how you do this stuff." Keep in mind, he was completely by himself. There was no one else around. I wish I'd had enough video to record what he continued to say. He started talking about stabbing someone, muttering about how he was going to do it and whatnot. I was pretty scared, and eventually Josh came back and they went into his unit. I ended up curled up on the couch, clutching my knife and trying not to make a noise for the next few hours, so they had no idea I was home. I talked to a friend a few days later who said I should have called the police, which, thinking about it now, I should have, but I wasn't really thinking at the time. I did run into the creepy guy twice before I left, though. Once I was coming down the stairs, I got near the front door and he was standing right there and said, "Hello." I nearly pissed my pants and spun around without a word, walked out the back door and jumped straight into my car, locking the doors. By the time I pulled around the front with my car, he was nowhere in sight. The other time, I was talking to an old man that lives in the unit block behind me, and I saw him walking down the street in our direction. I quickly excused myself and bolted up the stairs and into my unit. But anyways, I'm home now and safe. I hope I never have to go back to that damn unit block. Upon finding this subreddit, I haven't given much thought to the various creepy encounters I've had in my life this far. I'm a young woman who is naturally very petite. I am 5'2" and about 100 pounds, give or take. I am just naturally small. I am also an anxiety-induced person and am constantly on my guard around people I don't know and don't trust, which I don't trust easily. You have to earn my trust. I am friendly in social situations, just always cautious. My mom always hammered into my brain to trust my intuition no matter what. I also consider myself to be very good at picking up the energy people give off because my mom always told me to trust my gut about people and situations. This happened a few years ago. I am a college student living in a college town. Lots of young people. One night I decided I really wanted some ice cream, so off I went. As I am crossing the street, I noticed 3 people behind me. 1 male, 2 females. As I get to the sidewalk, I heard one of them say, "Who's this bitch?" But I brushed it off, yet still kept my reserve by picking up my walk. I am naturally a very fast walker, always passing people in the streets because I would rather get to places I need to go faster than slower. I was also wearing thigh-high boots at the time, which I don't know if it's relevant, but I was dressed pretty nicely. These 3 people more or less looked like they all needed showers. They also looked like drug users, but I don't know if they were or not, so it's not my right to say. As I was walking with my speed walk, there was no reason that I wouldn't have been extremely ahead of them when I reached the door. I was essentially walking my power walk, which is pretty damn fast. Yet to my surprise, when I reached the door, they were literally on my heels. This is where I felt my stomach and heart drop because I knew that my intuition was telling me these people did not have my best interest in mind. I started shopping while keeping my guard, and When I was going to the aisles I needed to go to, one of them would follow. I picked up on this fairly quickly and started weaving through the aisles in the store. Every aisle, one of them would somehow find me. When I finally thought they left me alone, I went to check out, only to find them in the line to check out as well. I knew after I checked out, I was going to have to walk back to my apartment and that they were going to follow me, which, thinking about it now, I probably would have been fine since it is a college town and I happen to live downtown, the busiest part of town, and I lived above one of the go-to bars. The police station was also right there, so if they were to try anything, they would have to be a special kind of stupid. However, my fight or flight mode was on and I instead decided to call my roommate and good friend. Both guys have hearts of gold but will kick your butt if they feel their friends are in danger. I waited at the dining area they have and fully watched the 3 people waiting outside, looking in my direction every now and then. Finally, I was able to leave with my friends and they just walked off when they saw me get in the car. I'm glad nothing happened, but that was honestly one of the freakiest incidents of my life. I don't know if they were going to try anything, but I think they would have seriously failed if that was the case. I'll start by saying that I have blue-green hair that is a little bit shorter than waist length hair. This is uncommon for where I live and sometimes collects stares. Nothing out of the ordinary though. Like usual, I was taking the bus home after class. Same bus I take almost every day, minding my own business, trying to avoid awkward eye contact. A larger man with unkempt shoulder-length hair sat behind me and proceeded to breathe heavily for the duration of the ride. About midway through, he told me he liked my hair, to which I replied with a thank you and didn't try to initiate conversation. This man asked me odd questions about my hair, like how I took care of it and if it's real. He made me slightly uncomfortable, but I didn't think a whole lot of it. I started to see him every week or so. He would get on the bus and sit behind me. He would never talk to me, but once I felt him lightly touch my hair. I started to sit on the seats that were against the windows so that he couldn't sit behind me. Nothing happened until around 2 months later after routinely seeing this dude. We were nearing the bus station where I usually get off to catch a connecting bus. Fortunately, I was unable to snag a seat against the window, so he was sitting directly behind me. During his routine heavy breathing with his eyes boring into the back of my head, as the bus slowed down to pull into the station, I felt a tug on the back of my head, followed by a snipping sound. I turned around to see him shoving what looks like a long chunk of my hair and some nail scissors into his pocket. Needless to say, I took off running. Fast forward a few weeks, I stopped taking the bus at the same time of day, till one day when I had to get home earlier. Wouldn't you guess it, I saw him. Immediately, I tried to switch seats, but I still caught a glimpse of him. Normally, his oily locks would be tied into a ponytail, but on this day they were down, but with a new addition, a blue-green clip-in extension. I got married when I was 19, and my husband and I had no clue what to do with our new life together. We dropped out of college and our studio apartment was too expensive. We thought it was the ideal time to travel and have adventures before settling down. We came across a post on the internet from a man who was looking for workers on his horse ranch. He would provide all meals and lodging in exchange for labor around the ranch. It looked like the solution for us. He claimed to be very knowledgeable in trades and would teach us to build machinery, do woodworking, weld. We actually did learn to weld, which is pretty cool. The pictures were beautiful. The log cabin he built was spacious and would have a nice big bedroom. There were lots of other people in the photos, and in our correspondence with him, he always mentioned other people and referred to himself as we. He advertises on multiple platforms and everything looks really legit. We booked our flight. There was nobody else there. He was in his 60s, but mentally and physically very fit. One of the first things he said to us was, "I never judge people based on their past. Do you believe people can change?" I sure do. It seemed harmless enough. He took us grocery shopping and told us to pick whatever we wanted. We immediately got the vibe that his kindness was forced and that he was being overly generous. I'm going to get right into listing the weird stuff we noticed. He built the house himself, and his bedroom had a door to the only upstairs bathroom, which didn't lock from the inside. He would invite us into his room, and on his table was an old video camera with about 30 little tapes strewn about. He would always talk about how much he loved the Japanese and how he specifically marketed toward them, and he had a few Japanese ladies stay in the past. He often brought up people who had stayed with him before, and all of them had left suddenly and maybe unexpectedly. One day he told us to get in the truck because we were going to the city. We were way out in the country, so it was a long ride, but he was pretty excited about going. He asked us to walk around and ask young people to come with us and work on the ranch. This made us super uncomfortable. We are introverted, and it just felt very odd to approach people and ask them to get in the truck. He got upset by our disapproval. So we got out and pretended to look for people to talk to. He went to talk to people on his own. As the days went on, his welcoming nature began to give way to a very temperamental and aggressive one. I didn't really find him creepy, but intolerable. I didn't like him at all. He seemed extremely socially inept and said inappropriate things. It was also extremely apparent that he did not view women as equal or anywhere near equal to men. He had military training and was a big, strong man. Cunning. Always thinking. Now, our parents never wanted us to go. They realized it to be a potentially dangerous situation, but we thought we had done our due diligence. However, we never even thought to Google this guy's name. I get an email from my mom one day freaking out and telling me to do a Google search, and then get on the next plane home. A quick search showed his arrest record. Strangling and sexually assaulting a young woman, followed by headlines reading, "Do not go to this horse ranch. This man is dangerous." We were thoroughly creeped out and booked a flight home. We were then presented with the dilemma of how to tell the potentially dangerous man that we wanted to leave. I forgot to mention that he would tell us daily about how we could live there permanently and start a family. He would fantasize about Christmases with our future children and raising them on the ranch. We thought it was established that this was a very temporary thing, and we had families back home who missed us. This is the weirdest part for me. I made up a lie about an emergency back home, and when I told him, it was like he could see right through me. I'm convinced that he not only knew I was lying, but also knew I was going to lie about needing to leave before I even opened my mouth. This look came over him that I have never seen on a person before. He was angry but hiding it. He was hiding so many thoughts and emotions that I couldn't tell if I should be frightened or relieved. Before I finished my sentence, he said, "When do you need to go to the airport?" Monotone. Told him right now. He took us, put on his friendliest personality, and told us that if we ever wanted to come back, he would buy our tickets. He said we might be in touch. Just recently, I googled his name again and discovered a page, a forum for people who had gone to this ranch. Mostly couples like us with eerily similar experiences. They spoke about how he says not to judge people on their past, the grocery store, the bathroom, and how they heard him listening behind his door during their midnight bathroom trips, and the videotapes, and how they watched them and saw Japanese women flexing their arms. Looking through his search history and seeing nothing but Japanese pornography. They talked about how he would make rude remarks to the girlfriends about creepy rituals in the woods, which we experienced. It was like a full moon ritual inside a circle drawn on the ground. They spoke about being driven to the city and asked to jump out when thin young ladies walked by and told them to come back to the ranch. I could go on and on. He is still operational. This forum I found was aimed at gathering stories and preventing future visitors to the ranch. The police do not have enough evidence to convict him of anything. I know I left a lot of creepy details out. I didn't want this to be too long, and I'm not a great storyteller. I'm unsure whether it would be appropriate to name the man or the ranch, but the blog where all the others have written about their encounters is probably much creepier than my story. We got away with much less weirdness because I don't believe I was his type, so to speak, and he may have feared my husband. If anyone is interested, I may be able to give a few hints so it can be found. Let me just say that this was the one time my parents let me stay home unsupervised for an entire day without a much older babysitter. And so begins my story. It all started one hot, boring afternoon in the suburbs. I was spending the day with some of the neighborhood kids while our parents were at work. Although I was only 10 years old, my parents let me spend the day with the two girls that lived across the street because the oldest of the two sisters was 13. The other, my best friend Sarah at the time, was 9. We were lying out on the trampoline playing the "What do you want to do? I don't know, what do you want to do" game. Then we heard that exciting little jingle in the distance. The ice cream man. We all started scrambling out the door after the older sister, Tammy, who had the money. We rushed down the street to the waiting ice cream man, joining the group of boys who were outside playing lacrosse at the time. As soon as we walked up and saw the driver, I got a bad feeling. Something seemed off about him. At first, I thought I was being paranoid considering he had a massively wretched scar down the side of his face, but he didn't stop smiling. It was a sinister type of smile, coupled with an unrelenting gaze fixed right on us. We quickly bought our ice cream and bubblegum and left. As we were walking back towards our cul-de-sac, Bossy Tammy ordered us to stop and sit on our neighbor's driveway and eat our ice cream. She said, "Look, I've heard stories on the news of these guys stealing kids, so let's just sit here on Miss Day's driveway until he drives away." Up until this point, Tammy had a history of telling us bogus stories to try and scare us, so Sarah started whining. On any other day, I would have agreed with her, but I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that something was wrong. The ice cream truck then continued toward us, driving incredibly slow around our cul-de-sac. He was still smiling and his eyes were still trained on the three of us. When he passed us, he even winked. As soon as he disappeared around the corner, we made a mad dash for Tammy and Sarah's house. We locked the doors and then fled to our parents' room. A few minutes go by and we have all calmed down a bit and have settled onto our parents' bed to watch some terrible daytime TV like Jerry Springer or something. At that point, out of our parents' window, that faces in towards the cul-de-sac on the second floor, we saw the ice cream truck stopped outside Miss Day's house. We didn't know how long he had been there, considering he didn't have the jingle playing. He wasn't parked there very long and eventually slowly drove away. At this time, we were all hyperventilating. But before we could take a minute to recover, he drove by a third time. This time, however, we saw him get out of the truck in front of Miss Day's house and walked up towards the front door, examining the outside of the house. He had a pad of paper out and began to jot some things down. We all started panicking at this point, and Tammy yelled out, "He's writing down the address." He returned to the ice cream wagon, and as soon as he started to turn the truck around, he looked up and saw us in the window. We hit the floor like we were under fire and watched him out of his side window. He stopped the truck right in front of Tammy and Sarah's house and jotted down more on his pad of paper. As soon as he drove away that time, we saw our neighbor arrive home from work. In a complete frenzy, we ran over to her, knowing she worked at the police station, and told her what had happened. Ultimately, they found the guy along with a notepad of descriptions of each of us, the addresses of Miss Day's house and Tammy's and Sarah's houses, as well as plans for when he was going to come back for us. This guy was a registered sex offender with a warrant out for his arrest. I'm not sure how he got in that position to be selling ice cream to children in the first place. I'm a 26-year-old female with a 16-year-old brother and have lived in Queens, New York my whole life. 10 years ago, for those too lazy to do math, I was 16 and my brother was 6. I decided to take my brother to a massive street fair on a main street that stretched very far. The street was shut down. There were some scattered officers of the law and everything else was street vendors and some awesomely crappy little carnival rides for kids. A group of my friends joined us. In total, there was probably 10 of us. After having a fun-filled afternoon introducing my brother to the deep-fried goodness of Zeppoles and whatnot, we went to a pizzeria right by the fair. The place wasn't wide but was long. The booths that lined the wall on the right sat 3 people on each side, and then there was a narrow aisle and booths that sat 2 people on each side on the right. Being a half-decent big sister, I had my brother in the in total 6-seater booth in between me and a friend. We took up 2 6-seater booths and 1 4-seater. This is where things start to get kind of creepy. In walks a man and woman who genuinely looked like they did way too many drugs. They were probably in their late 50s or early 60s. We wouldn't have noticed them if it weren't for the fact that the woman was wearing a wedding dress. Long sleeves, puffy at the shoulders, and long but sort of form-fitting in a way. This dress, however, must have been once white but was now yellowed from age and very dirty. She sat with the man parallel to our booth and our other friends sitting behind them and a young couple with their 3 or 4-year-old daughter in front. The woman looked around, spotted my brother, and began talking to him. "You are adorable. How'd you like to come home with me?" My brother has always been a bright kid and ignores her, eating his pizza. "Come on, little boy. You don't want to be around these teens." I nicely turn to face the lady and ask her politely to leave us alone. She stands up and comes to our table and tries to reach over to touch my brother, when my friend stands up and blocks her. She goes and sits down and starts harassing the young couple and their daughter. After about 10 minutes, my brother announces he has to potty. The bathroom is a one-person only type deal. So when my brother stands up and heads for the bathroom, 5 steps away, the woman asks him if he'd like her to help. At this point, I tell her to F off and leave my brother alone. She tries to push past me and rush to my brother in the bathroom, but another friend is standing in front of the door, basically guarding him. She curses me out and sits down. As soon as he comes back out, I pick him up and carry him out. She's trying to grab him from me, but there's 10 of us and 1 of her. We go to the nearest officer and tell him what's up, and he runs to the pizzeria. Come to find out, she actually abducted a kid from the fair, but when the child started screaming bloody murder, she put him or her down and ran. Needless to say, Mace is my new best friend.